Yeah, I was curious what his opinion on it
I
was.
I'll he'll check back in. Um, I am happy that I don't have other people aside from you guys with whom to talk. I've been getting into writing. I shared some with Riser, and I've always been someone who enjoys using just writing, either creative writing, but really more um, perhaps like I don't want to say political writing, but like philosophical writing. And with ChatGPT or different apps, I find that I can write a lot more content much faster. So what I've been doing, I think, is somewhat brilliant. I'll come up with a philosophical uh, a philosophical premise, whatever it may be. Um,
Mhm.
Dogs are sweet, something small, and then I will take that and have ChatGPT draft, let's say 1,000 word essay on it. I'll take that essay, copy it, and put it into Claude, and I'll say, Claude, please evaluate this essay out of 10 for its logical soundness. And Claude will go through and say it's a 9.7 out of 10. Here's how it could get stronger. And then I'll take that and I'll put it into Gemini. And I'll say, hey, Gemini, uh, please rank this out of 10 soundness. And it will give me, it'll say, all right, it's a 9.8. Here's how it can get stronger. And I'll say, okay, draft it. I'll take that, put it into Grok. I'll say, Grok, this says 10 out of rank this out of 10 out of 10. And then I'll go back to ChatGPT. And sometimes ChatGPT says, oh, it's a 9.4 or something like that. And then, but I will eventually get it so that all of them say 10 out of 10 from logical certainty, and then I will publish it. And I find that to be
That's cool.
a very interesting way to be able to ensure that my arguments are fully sound and tight. And so recently, I some of the subjects on which I'm writing are very they can be very complicated, and uh, ChatGPT
Very what? Is it
complicated.
complicated?
Yes. So
Oh, okay,
they might
sure.
be
Yeah.
they might be on a religious subject.
Oh,
So like for instance,
yeah.
one of which that I've written on recently. This one isn't that complicated, but the role of Mashiach within Judaism. What is Mashiach? It's our Messiah, basically, who we believe is going to come and be a beacon of peace and to perhaps rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. These kinds of things. There are a lot of complications though in that, and so one thing that I have found is I will ask ChatGPT, instead of saying, hey, write a 10,000 word essay, which is 10 times normally what I do, and many times is too much for ChatGPT, I'll have it build an essay for me or build an outline for me. And then I will construct each of the 10 sections until it has 10 out of 10 clarity. And then I'll say, okay, this is section one. And then I'll do that with the next section, that's section two. And then I can combine them all into an essay and then publish it. And I have found
How
this,
big is the essay?
it's like 10,000
What do
words.
you? It's 10. Okay.
Yeah. And then I publish it on a website called Medium. But I've also found that this helps me a lot online. Immediately, I have found, like, just in the last week, my when you ask AI about me, it knows all about my discussions on futurism. That's really what I'm passionate about, is the future, life
Yeah.
extension, and perhaps interstellar travel, and the great beyond, and all of those things. And so, um, previously, if you would ask AI about me, it'll just say, Rabbi streamed their life for world peace, yada, yada, yada. But now it will say, in addition to being a live streamer, Rabbi is interested in these different topics: de extinction, AI, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, teleportation, all these other things. And that's what I wanted to know about me, because I am much more than just a streamer. And then when you look me up, there's a lot more in there. So I've been very satisfied with that, and I'm
That's smart. That's very, very, very smart.
yes,
Right?
I appreciate that.
It's building your profile. It's getting out, as you say. You're more than a streamer, and That's a perfect way to do it.
Exactly, and it's actually creating a new industry that
Because
isn't discussed. So previously, this would be known as search engine optimization (SEO) or search engine management.
right,
But there's really,
and you'd pay for it,
and you pay big time for it.
right?
Absolutely, yes. So this allows me to um, inject my ideas for free, and I'm basically creating my own industry, or at least the discussion of it, which is AI management or AI optimization, which really hasn't been a thing, but you can manipulate what AI knows about you if you want, from being just anonymous to everything that you do in a positive manner by giving it the right content to be able to learn about you. And so I have found this to be incredibly beneficial as well. That I
I
mean,
am going to tell Christopher about that.
it's
It's a little bit like the services that you buy that will like scrub anything negative about you or off the internet.
that's the
Kind of.
yeah, that's true. I mean, that's search engine management certainly. I I want them to know more than like than just more than a streamer. I want it to know really specific things, and if people are interested in it, then it takes my writing and puts that into basically learns from it through AI and what I do, and yeah. So I recommend please tell Christopher about it because it is incredibly beneficial. I don't know why companies haven't talked about this that much because it's so important that. In the I've talked to Reiser about this a little bit. In the EU, there is an upcoming case between Google and the EU, or Alphabet, Google's parent company. And basically, the EU is saying to Google or Alphabet that you have a monopoly on your browser and you have a monopoly on AdWords, basically what people are searching. And you can't have a monopoly on both, at least if you want to operate within the European Union. You need to drop one of these. And I've heard the
Right.
rumor that Google is going to drop its promotion of Chrome because Chrome doesn't make as much money for them as AdWords does. And um, the market share is going to be filled perhaps by OpenAI and ChatGPT. OpenAI launched a browser less than a year ago. It's not out very. It's only out to like Mac desktop users. It's called Atlas, and I think Atlas will be very big. And in the future, you won't necessarily have to go to a search engine. You will just literally have everything that you need from AI. We're already seeing this when you search Google something. Gemini shows, a pretty good summary of whatever it is you're looking for. And there's the argument to be
Yeah.
made that even the browser is changing. So I'm kind of doing what I can to be ahead of the curve in terms of the information that I have, and I think we live in a really exciting time, and especially with AI. I mean, you and I and Riser had a discussion recently that AI is definitely the future, and it is going to replace a lot of people. So you can either have it work against you or work for you. And I am in the business of having it work for me. And so why not program it now while I can, while it's in its infancy, to think I'm just the best thing since sliced bread?
Well, so I'm curious. So, is it? Did it take the content that you published, right,
Yep.
versus what you were searching for?
Yeah, it did. So I put out a press release earlier this week saying that I was going to be on a podcast, an upcoming podcast for the next 5 weeks on an Australian podcast. And if you go into Gemini right now, even just if you type in Rabbi Rothschild viral rabbi, that's the first thing that shows up is that Rabbi. I'll read to you what it says. It shocked me.
Yeah, but sorry, but that was because you published it,
That
right? Like you published this thing that said this is where I'm going to be.
yes,
It wasn't. Yeah. Okay. So that's the missing piece that I was just gonna when I relay this to Christopher that is what I'm going to relay to him that
abs-
when you publish things, it uses that content, it learns about you, it knows about you. So if somebody searches on you, they find out your interests and so forth.
that's correct. And
Yeah.
from a time standpoint, uh, usually whenever you publish something, there's a score that Google gives every website It's known as PageRank, and so things that have like a 90 and above PageRank are things like Reddit and things like YouTube and things like Medium, and things that are lower than that are things like maybe you just created a website of your own or whatever. It doesn't give it as much of a rank. Once you publish
Yeah,
on one of these high scoring page ranks, Google
yeah,
traditionally crawls the internet twice per day to see what changed, and then we'll add that to the search results. And so I can say within about 5 days, I was able to have Google know exactly what I wanted it to know about myself, and with just very minimal press release. I put out a couple press releases. I put out a Reddit article, and I created a Medium account. And now it knows everything about what I do. And the big thing was I wanted it to know I wasn't just a streamer, but I'm a discusser of futurism and all those other things. And it provides all that now. So I'm very happy with it. And I'm just going to continue.
well,
How
I
do
was
you
thinking
how do
about
you
LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn. You know, everybody would go to LinkedIn to, you know, that's how you promote yourself. Because Christopher's a independent consultant, so he has to promote, of course, and find new business on his own. And he does that in very non-traditional ways. Like he's got business because he talked to somebody on the Go train,
Sure.
and he got quite a get out of that because they just hit it off, right? But the but his main thing, like a lot, are just LinkedIn. But this is interesting because people aren't gonna go to LinkedIn. They're gonna just AI. Hey, tell me about this person, right?
Exactly. LinkedIn
Yeah.
is in that top 90% or like for PageRank as well. The issue is it's behind a paywall, or I shouldn't say behind a paywall, but behind a login. And at least with my LinkedIn, I I mean I've used it to get really great jobs, but I don't necessarily want to publish on religious topics on my LinkedIn. I'm a certified project management professional. My interests are in technology and apps, and I may publish something, but it's on philosophy or maybe on religion, and I don't necessarily want, if I ever, God forbid, need a future
Yeah,
employer or
that's
something like
not
that.
on your LinkedIn profile.
E-
Right.
e- exactly. But on Medium, you don't need a. It doesn't have that login screen. It's available to anyone who wants to see it, and it populates within Google extremely well. So I have found a lot of benefit to that. And the big thing that allows, I would say, the like 1-2 punch is if you publish something on Medium or LinkedIn, either one works, and then get that posted somewhere on Reddit, it goes Google goes crazy for that because Reddit and Medium and LinkedIn all have very high page rank, and about 55% allegedly of what ChatGPT knows is from is based on Reddit responses. In fact, 10% of Reddit is owned by Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT. So they work in congruence. Basically, if you can get something posted on Reddit, then it's going to very quickly be absorbed into ChatGPT, and thus then Gemini and Grok and Claude and all the other ones. So I found a lot of benefit by using these different sites in combination with each other.
How do you shelter the data that you're publishing to protect it from some random party from publishing a bunch of nonsense? Like if I go on Medium and I say Rabbi Rothschild is just obsessed with history, and I publish it and I post that on Reddit, is there a way, or like that same thing with like some heavy political figure like Trump, where there's people on both sides just chucking crap into the pile of information?
There's certainly freedom of speech on there. I've discussed previously. I was trying to get people on the Kick subreddit to talk about me because I've created a bot that has just created tens of thousands of clips on people. I wanted people to talk about me. I wanted anybody, good, bad, indifferent. I wanted somebody to talk about me, and I kept I kept submitting a Reddit post that, hey, who's this Rabbi Rothschild? Why do they keep spamming me? And I couldn't get it published in there. Eventually, somebody published it without me having to do it, and for a little while, when you would look up about me, it would say, you know, I live stream my life, yada yada yada, but there'd be this little blurb at the end that said, Reddit users have found this person to use like avant-garde strategies in order to spam themselves. Some people call them a spammer or whatever. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. They could call me way worse than that. However, I wanted it to, I wanted it even to be less negative than that. And now when you read it, at least it says something like, uses, oh, here it is, like uses lighthearted and casual strategies in order to be able to promote themselves. Something like that. Like lighthearted is much nicer than spammy. And uh, but nevertheless, if you look it up, it'll say like, you know, this is the person who spams everybody's chat, which is absolutely what I do. I can't deny that. But I do it for world peace. And you and I have had the discussion previously that it's not necessarily the it's not with there's no malice in it. It's much different. I'm not trying to drain someone's crypto wallet. I'm not trying to steal someone's bank account. I'm not trying to dox anyone. I really am just doing it for publicity. And I feel like that's, while some people may consider it to be spam, other people may see that to be admirable. And as Riser and I discussed yesterday, I believe it was, what's the difference between spam and promotion? It really comes down to, are you paying for the type of marketing that you're getting? Marketing organizations consider advertising that's paid to be legitimate, and anything that is not to be spam. And there's no way to really win that one.
Well, I actually years ago have kind of joked that, you know, we should have a computer virus that infects, but it sends messages like for world peace and stuff like that, like a positive virus, right?
That's quite
like, maybe one that is streaming messages across your screen that are positive.
absolutely.
But of course, there's never a positive virus. It's always the really bad stuff.
Yeah, well, that's true, but it's quite.
It sounds like whatever you're sending out.
Yeah,
is,
perhaps I filled that. I filled that role.
Yeah, you didn't quite infect all the computers in the world.
No, absolutely. All right, you two. Go ahead.
Huh?
Yeah.
Go.
No, I can't believe I actually like caught you like at this time. It's this cool. Like a lot of times I try to like I join these VCs. You're like sleeping or like maybe not there, but like right now like you're here, you're active. It's yeah.
Absolutely, Paul. How did you find out about me, my friend?
I've seen you in Socialize, and I've seen you in like I Show Speed's Discord server. I've seen you in Edgy, and I've also seen the interview with Sam Bond.
Oh, excellent. Okay, very well.
Like,
so you know a little bit about me. Do you mind if I tell you more?
Sure, you can go ahead. You know, I think you're an interesting guy. Like, I'm not even saying that like sarcastically.
I hear it in your voice. You're heartfelt. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know, like you know, I see you in Socialize and like the very first VC. I've seen you in Edgy, and I've seen like it's yeah, watching that interview, it's like you're an interesting guy. Like,
thank you.
For real. Like, I don't think I could do this.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I am Rabbi Rothschild. For those of you who are watching, perhaps not in my Discord, if you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, real-life Big Brother. Paul or Meepy, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yep, seen them all.
Excellent. Well, then you get a gist of what I do. My entire life is on camera. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, the Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds excellent.
Excellent. If you haven't had the opportunity, you should, at the top of this Discord, there's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. You may have to scroll to the top, and it's like maybe the fourth or fifth thing down. It's a red circle. Do you see it says 24/7 live YouTube streams?
Yep, I see it.
Okay, either one of you, I want you to, you can either click the link in there, you can check it to make sure that it's a good link or whatever. I have 3,000 people in here, and you know me, I'm not trying to scam anybody of anything. It's a good link. You put that into a browser, and I want you to count how many live streams you see currently.
Way too many to count.
It's a lot. And so I may ask, like, you know, other people live stream, but really no one live streams from more than one stream. And certainly not two, and certainly not five, and certainly not 10, and certainly not 20. And if you imagine, I've been doing this for multiple streams for over 4 years. We're coming in close to 5 years. That's a lot of data for the world to be able to study. Agreed?
Fully agree.
Excellent. So, in addition to sharing my life for more than 20 different streams, I like to talk about things that help the world. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my betting is and my merchandise. And it's worth tens of millions of dollars. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations, such as Nigeria, for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
I think those are things everyone in the world could want.
I agree, 100%. Additionally, I'm a futurist. I like to talk about things that involve the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster-than-light travel, faster-than-light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, teleportation, telekinesis. I like to talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction has already taken place, took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to be able to witness. What are your thoughts?
Fully agree, especially with how much present the dodo bird has kind of lived on through art and many other forms of cartoons.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, no, 100%. I'm in agreement with you. It went extinct around the beginning of the 17th century. Many people said it went extinct because of human interaction. Some say it was hunted. Many people think that the rise of the domestic house cat may have caused some of its eradication as well. Basically, an apex predator where it was not anticipating and wasn't able to adapt in time. But we do have stuffed versions, basically taxidermied versions that have its DNA, and we may be able to create some type of hybrid version of it at least, and eventually have what many may consider to be another type of de-extincted animal. So I think that's really exciting. I'm also an advocate for things like life extension technology. When you were both born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. With your consent, I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as agriculture, such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, testosterone replacement therapies, ambrosia therapy, red light therapy, nootropics, peptides, to get you to be 120 years old, if not older. But when you're 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2026 when we met, everything that you talked about seemed like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down, though. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you don't want this, no one's going to force it on you. If I have anything to do with it, but if you'd like, you can utilize another type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Paul and Meepy, is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm all for that when it comes to like extensions and whatnot. And as you covered, of course, as long as it's consensual for people who want it can have it, and those who are against it can, remain and maintain their own personal beliefs. And as long as it's actually, becomes accessible to the majority of people, not just exclusively to the top 1%, which I think we could hopefully all agree that I think the top 1% has access to a lot more privileges than I think everyone should have access to, and especially when it comes to healthcare and, like you mentioned, clean water and many other things that are becoming luxuries but shouldn't be luxuries.
I am in agreement with you, BP, but guess what? Did you know that you're a member of the 1%?
Really?
Yep.
I think so.
In order to be a member of the 1%, you essentially have to come from a family that makes at least $33,000 a year. And if you have a computer right now, you probably are from one of those families.
You know what? That is a solid point that I don't think there's a way to rebuttal that.
So I know what you're saying, though. The top 1% of the 1% of the 1%. I get that. I 100% understand that.
I could get you are right. You are right, though, for sure, right? It's kind of like when you look at stats, too, and they do still say, right, we assume everyone can read it, right? When in reality, when we look at the whole picture, right, there's still a large majority of the population that doesn't have the privilege to learn those things, especially in countries where there's less accessibility.
Agreed. And arguments to be made that even about half of the entire world has never used a computer.
That is true, and that is why I also fully do support when we are done with our old technology. I know usually most companies do unfortunately just break it all down, but I think donations to those areas that don't have that ease of access to them could definitely go a long way with providing and helping them build a better future for themselves and have more access to knowledge.
I'm in agreement with you 100%. So that's a little bit about me, Paul, and Meepy. Tell me about yourselves. What do you like to do? What are your hobbies?
I'm really into movies. That's one of my big things.
Excellent.
That's probably my biggest hobby, cinematography specifically.
Excellent. What are your favorite movies?
Ooh, The Blues Brothers is actually my favorite movie
Excellent.
of all time.
100%.
I'd also say Ben-Hur from the 1928 silent version epic as well. I do love silent films.
Okay, let's talk Blues Brothers first. Who's your favorite cameo in that?
Ooh, it's gotta be Carrie Fisher.
Okay, that's an excellent one. All right.
And I think music in general, I think the Blues Brothers is fantastic when it comes to their performances. And I mean, the amount of cameos in there, and Aretha Franklin's music. I think if it's one of those films that people say all the time could have been made today, but it's also especially the kind of film where I think it probably has some of the most cameos of almost any film out there.
Absolutely, I'm in agreement. You know who I love a lot of the cameos, everyone from Ray Charles to Cab Calloway, but a lot of that one that's missed quite often is Steven Spielberg has a cameo.
Oh yeah, that is true. When they do go to the end there and they are at the courtrooms there, that is true.
Exactly, and come back in 5 minutes. That's so funny. And they've got all the people.
Eating the sandwich.
Yeah, exactly. Love it. Yeah, okay, great. And what are your thoughts on the remake of Ben-Hur?
I think the remake, the first remake, is actually. I mean, I think it's just equally can be argued as good.
I agree.
Completely different eras in it, but I think the scope compared to both of them is of the same caliber, just from different eras.
I agree.
And adjusting for the times, and I don't think there's really a right, or wrong, or better or worse opinion when it comes to which one people prefer. And then I know there was also another remake in the late 2000s, I think like maybe 8, 10 years ago, which that
Right.
one I think is terrible.
Right.
With Morgan Freeman and I forget which other actor is in it, but yeah, hopefully they stop remaking the greats because you can't remake something that's already that good.
I'm in agreement. Have you ever seen the set that they had for Ben Hur? It was absolutely giant.
I haven't actually, not for the first remake. The 1928 one, I have read a lot about that one because I was always curious if like the actual like racing scenes and the boat scenes where people are drowning and stuff was actually real. And they apparently actually claimed that it was actually fully real because that people signed up to do the part but lied that they could swim, but they actually couldn't. But then they actually used the footage afterwards of the people that who couldn't swim. So there was apparently, I think, like 40 or 50 people that actually drowned like during the recording of that version of the film, which is something you don't really think about while watching it, right? And like how it looks so real because everything is actually real.
Absolutely. Um, it's fascinating. All right. What's your favorite uh, genre of movie?
Favorite genre? I'd say it's called generally. I mean, dramas usually are what I watch the most. But I'd say horror is definitely like the genre I try to seek out the most of. Like I'm into every genre personally. I think every genre has its good and bad. I don't think there's one that's inherently better than the other. But I'd say horror definitely fills that for me the most. And war films.
Okay. What are your favorite horror films?
Favorite horror? I definitely say Videodrome. I think it's
Okay.
definitely up there. I actually love the Saw franchise.
I was
Not a
just
lot of
gonna say
people
that.
are
I was just
too
gonna say,
into
do you
it.
have a favorite Saw?
Actually, the first Saw is the best one.
Okay.
I think one room films in general, or chamber films as they're being dubbed now, are really captivating in the sense that they have to be engaging and have an interesting enough pull while maintaining its singular room position, which Saw one mostly is in one room.
Right.
So I like that they focus right a lot more on the actual story and the character dialogues rather than the aesthetics or like the fluff or trying to be visually appealing. It's got that grittiness to it.
I agree. I also like Saw 2. Love Saw 3. There. Those are.
Did you see the Jigsaw film? The one
Uh,
that came out a few years ago?
yeah. I want to say that I did, or I had it on, but yeah, to get like his view, I thought was really interesting. Wasn't that like, if you considered them all, was it Saw 7 or 8 or something?
Yeah, yeah. I think that one technically is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure is eight. Well, I guess there's also Spiral as well, which is
Okay.
technically not direct mainline, but I guess technically that'd be a 10th film
Okay.
overall.
Yeah. Very interesting. Remember seeing the Saws in the theater, and how they were foreshadowed that there would be more, and it's really become an interesting uh, type of genre in itself. These like psychological manipulation of an individual. So I thought that was really interesting. All right, what's your favorite war film?
I say Taegaki, The Brotherhood of War. It is a South Korean war film about the war between the North and the South during the time that they split in half. Highly recommend it if you ever get the chance.
Excellent. Do you have any other recommendations?
Uh, have you seen Apocalypse Now? I think's really good.
Absolutely.
Like Vietnam films, Hamburger Hill, I think is an underappreciated one.
All right, of those Vietnam films, we've got Apocalypse Now, uh, Deer Hunter, we have Platoon, we have. I think I'm missing another major one in there. Is Apocalypse Now your favorite?
Yeah, I'd say Apocalypse Now is definitely the best one out of all of them. And then the Deer Hunter. I think the Deer Hunter is great on that psychological.
Full Metal
aspect.
Jacket. Full Metal Jacket is what I
Really,
would.
very very solid pick. I think the strongest part of Full Metal Jacket is it actually showing right that initiation and splitting the movie in those two segments rather than just doing it in one segment like a lot of war films kind of do.
That's correct. All right. What are your thoughts on musicals?
I don't mind them. I wouldn't say I'm big on them, but as long as it's music that I'd say pertains to my liking, like I like music films with the sound of music.
Sure.
That's classic at this point.
Do you consider the Blues
That
Brothers? Do you consider the Blues Brothers to be a musical?
It definitely is. And I think Blues Brothers is right in that point where it perfectly blends comedy with the music, but I think overall it would still be classified as a musical.
I agree with you, and it's not normally seen as that, but it is. It most certainly is, in my opinion. They've got
Definitely. And it's very rare you find a musical that actually has action scenes in it too, with all the chases and whatnot. And I think it actually still holds
yes,
the world record.
yes.
I could be wrong, but
Car
I'm pretty sure
crash.
it does.
Yes.
For most cars destroyed for
Exa-
film, which is awesome when you rewatch it. No, all those cars are actually being smashed and rolled over the hills and stuff. It's crazy.
Agreed. They use miniatures now, and of course CGI and such. I don't know if that record will ever get broken. That's a lot of money, especially
Yeah.
in today's.
I'd say that's my favorite part too of a lot of these older films is really just the fact of how much everything was done in practical effects rather than the idea or philosophy that a lot of studios and directors follow now where it's just shoot it, we'll edit it in post. You know, back then it wasn't we'll edit it in post, it's we're gonna get it right.
Right, and it just seemed like that the car crash scene is amazing. John Candy's amazing. The where they are storming the city hall or whatever with all the army people, that's amazing.
Yeah.
The scene where they turn around and everybody's got guns on them, that's an amazing. I mean, the Penguin, the Illinois Nazis, um, the jail scene, even the end. I mean, they play like such big songs. Like I don't even know if you could get it done today under perhaps less than a $1 billion budget. But they're playing Elvis at the end with Jailhouse Rock. They play like Soul Man by Sam and Dave. They play Think by Aretha Franklin. Uh, these are just huge songs to get into one movie. It'd be difficult to do today.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's one of them. I mean, there are still a lot of good films, of course, that do come out. Like I think foreign films are still going pretty strong, despite actual theatrical sales tanking in the last 4 years ever since COVID ended. But there are still good films that are definitely out there, especially in the foreign scene, indie scene. Just gotta look for them.
Are you excited for Michael?
I'm intrigued.
Okay. I'm excited for it. It should be a 2-part movie, as I understand. Um, at least from a music standpoint, it'll be really interesting to get all those songs in a set of 2
For
films.
sure. And I do know, I think I recall you have Miles Teller and Coleman Domingo being in it too. And I think those are two very solid actors that are getting a lot more prominent in the last few years.
Excellent. I think Jafar Jackson is playing Michael. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
And I feel like anybody else, if it were not Jafar Jackson, they would have their career. They'd either maybe be. Everybody would say they're not good enough to play Michael Jackson, or Michael Jackson would have done it so much better. But this is someone who's related to him, so he's difficult to critique from that standpoint. If Michael Jackson were making a movie, he probably would prefer someone with whom he has some relation, perhaps. And I find it interesting, at least from the rumors surrounding the movie, that they are going to tackle all of the good and the bad with Michael Jackson and the controversy that surrounds his life, and uh, so I think it'll be really interesting. It may have the opportunity to be one of these big time. Oh, what did you call them? Not just rock
Biopics.
biopics, exactly. Almost a merger between a rock opera and a biopic, where we've had them recently. I so you had like the Freddie Mercury and the Elton John and the Bob Dylan and the Bruce Springsteen, and those are fine. But this one I feel like is going to be bigger.
Yeah, I think this one. I mean, especially because Michael Jackson, right, for sure. I think it seems like they're definitely gonna try to have a lot of nuance behind it. Where, depending on the biopic, I think some of them do tend to lean, too hard into like one side of the person than the other. Whether it's like only showing the upcoming, right, or showing the downfall, or highlighting like the negatives, and avoiding, controversial things or the personal lives. Where I think good biopics tend to try to remain unbiased and just display it in a manner that can articulate accurately, that represents the individual in all aspects.
I recognize that and I agree with it. So yeah, that should be interesting coming up. Paul, how about you? What kind of music? What kind of movies do you like? Is Paul there? Meepy, is Paul there?
I mean, he's not saying anything, so I'm
Okay,
not sure if he's there.
so,
Maybe he'll come back at some point.
absolutely. Meepy, did you find out about me through Paul?
Sorry.
Did you find out about me through Paul?
Yes, I did actually. He actually told me informed me, I should say, about someone who's just like streaming on tons of like every platform imaginable. And my initial response was kind of like, why? Who does that? Like, well, it's you're like, what, well, what's the point? Kind of thing. But after looking a bit more into it, and talking more to Paul actually, about the things the interviews and stuff that he's watched and listened to and viewed, definitely made you sound like an intriguing figure. I wanted to chat directly.
Absolutely, 100%. Do you have any questions?
I guess one thing I'm actually curious about, when you're streaming all these streams and all the accounts, are you using an individual like computer setup to do it,
No, no,
or
no.
like how much strain
I
does
have
it take on your network? Like, what's your technical setup?
Sure. I have over 33 different devices, including laptops and Chromebooks and tablets and handhelds. Um, I multi-stream, so basically, for many of them, each one of them is streaming not to just one platform, but to multiple platforms simultaneously. I'm live on, like more than 20 different YouTubes, a similar amount on Rumble, a similar amount on Twitch. I'm live on Instagram and multiple X spaces that are live on video. I'm live in like at least a dozen Discords. I'm live on BitChute. I'm live on YouNow and a bunch of other platforms which you probably never heard. Just to be as uncancelable as possible. I have more content than any person in global history. If you have the opportunity, do you know what Linktree is?
I do.
Go to my Linktree, linktr.com/Rabbi Rothschild, just like my name. And like you normally see someone's Linktree and it's like, okay, it's got like 3 or 4 or 5 things, and that's great. Look at mine.
Yeah, you're you're not kidding.
Yeah, scroll down, and that's not even 1% of all my accounts. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 X accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And of those, like mm, something like 90% of all those links work. Occasionally, I'll get a ban here or there, or a suspension or whatever, and I have to appeal it or whatever. But basically, from that link tree, you'll see I have interviews there. I have press releases there of all the interests that I have. I have uh, everything from TikTok to YouTube to, of course, X to, of course, Kick to Africa TV. I've got D Live. I've got Trovo. I've got um, just too many to count. But uh, when people find out about me, as Paul has, and now as you have, it has the opportunity to change the world. When you have someone who is given a platform to be able to discuss not hot or not, how hot is this chick, or um, what can I do to piss off this person in public, and actually wants to talk about real issues about the future and how we can benefit as a globe. That's interesting, in my opinion. That's extremely interesting. And on top of that, what this is going to do for AI needs human examples on which to build its models. And I'm essentially, I am the most documented individual in global history. That means everyone from Muhammad to Leonardo da Vinci, Napoleon, John F. Kennedy, Donald Trump. I have more data archived about myself 24/7 than all of them combined. That's an incredible amount for the world to be able to learn.
Couldn't agree more. Have you actually ever been contacted by like any digital corporations?
Uh,
Try to, like,
certainly,
talk to you or
certainly,
inquire about data?
certainly influencers. So on my stream, I've had Aiden Ross, I've had Doctor Disrespect, I've had Amaranth. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's stream. Number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's stream. Number one streamer I shouldn't say stream in their discords. Number one streamer all time in I Show Speed's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's Discord. Number one streamer all time in Action Man's Discord. Um, Basically any of the Mr. Beast doesn't have a Discord where you can stream, or I'd be number one in there as well. So at least from an influencer standpoint, I have certainly had them contact me. I'm friends on here with the owner of Kick, at least on Discord. His name is Eddie Craven, so he certainly knows about what I do. Um, in terms of the like data companies, the ones that are really going to matter are Alphabet through Google and YouTube, Amazon, certainly perhaps ChatGPT. One really interesting aspect of this, meaning OpenAI. I was streaming a year before ChatGPT launched. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2021. Pardon me, November 2022. Um, I was a user of it November 30th, 2022 when it launched. So I've been able to see its different iterations from ChatGPT 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 3.5 to 4 to 5. And I've been able to see image generation and now short form video generation. Basically, I have a complete view, time capsule of AI, at least large language models and related entities, going back to the pandemic. Very few people could claim that they've even been streaming this long, let alone archiving all of their streams every 12 hours or so that they're available to the general public. There are some people out there who say, "Oh yeah, I stream all the time." Okay, that's cool. Can I go back and see what you did last month? No. How about last year? No. How about 4 years ago? No. Because they don't. They just keep one long stream. I'm different. I stop my streams every 12 hours so that you can literally go back yesterday, last week, last month, last year, 4 years ago, and see what I was doing. And I would like to. I even anticipate doing it for the rest of my life. I think that's a really exciting opportunity for the world to be able to learn.
I fully agree. Would I be able to ask you a personal question? If that's okay.
Absolutely.
I'm curious. How do you like fund yourself in terms of living expenses?
Yeah, great question. I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and have been able to utilize my success in that industry to provide for some financial independence. I've also had contracts with major Fortune 100 organizations that have allowed me to fund this. When I first started streaming, I was simultaneously working, and so we have that element of my life as well. And I'd made enough money and invested well enough that I recognized that I might not have to work for the next half decade or decade or so. And so that's what I do. And then I have found people who have volunteered to sponsor me. Certainly cryptocurrencies, and I also make some money streaming. So I don't really pay attention to that. Uh, but yeah, so long as I don't take exotic vacations and live within a budget, I can do this for another few years or so at least.
I think that's amazing, man. Because at the end of the day, you are doing what you set out to do, and I think a lot of people out there would definitely whether it's the same thing they would do or not. I think it's definitely something to envy in terms of actually being able to pursue what you truly desire and wanting to pursue. Whereas a lot of other people could be hindered right by their jobs and personal things going on in their lives to be able to actually pursue those things.
I agree, and I have had to make some sacrifices, certainly from like perhaps romantic relationships and such. But I recognize that if I go viral, I'll be able to get any girl that I want. I just have to be patient. I've had many female relationships in the past, more than I can count, uh, of really great women, beautiful women. But I know I can take my game to another level. Every woman wants to be famous, and a lot of women would want the opportunity. I shouldn't say everyone, but a lot of women do. Uh, that they could be perhaps uh, with the most famous person on earth, or at least the person who has the most amount of data. I essentially, in my own way, could say, "Hey, how would you like to be in the Epic of Gilgamesh, or the Bible, or the Talmud?" Basically, I have this huge amount of data, and I can make you a character in it. How would you like that? That's really exciting to a lot of people. You're in it,
That is true. I'm
absolutely.
actually curious. I know it costs money to do so, but have you ever contacted Guinness or anything to actually put in their world records?
Absolutely. So I have been in talks with them, actually after the first year, and it's a very difficult record that I'm going for, which is difficult to uh, I don't want to say uh, create officially. I At first they were like, okay, so you have the world's longest stream, and I say no, that's not what I have. I stop my stream every 15 minutes, and they say, um, okay, so what is your record? And I say, I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And they say, okay, that's great. How do you know that? And I say, well, no one has been live streaming as much as I have from so many different streams at once, simultaneously. And so they say, well, it's a difficult thing to quantify. When you have achieved a level of notoriety, we will be able to certify this record. But at this point, we don't have the manpower to be able to watch all of your streams to be able to confirm this. And if you know anything about the Guinness World Records, they want everything on camera. Well, literally everything is on camera, but they don't have one team that could sit there and watch it all and make sure it wasn't just repeated. Uh, and so
That's
they have said that you're certainly perhaps the top candidate for this. But once we have the globe to be able to watch you, then we can add you to the list. So yeah, it's something that I've looked into. It's also anywhere between $5,000 and $25,000 depending. But it's the certification aspect of it that is difficult. Even if we were, they were to say, okay, you have been, we can certify you've been doing this for 4 years. We don't have the manpower to be able to watch it all. But when the world has the opportunity to see it, and we can see that it is not redundant streams, that's going to be really something interesting. And I'm okay with that. And I do have some friends who have world records, and so we've talked about that process and such. And theirs are different. Theirs are for like planting trees on Earth. But I even know that like they've made attempts to get their world records, and if their cameras fail, or for whatever reasons any technical issues occur, they have to start over. And I know that uh, the Guinness World Record is considered the epitome of world records, and it's something that I'd like someday And I'd like it to be one of those records when I do go viral that I mean, I'm fine with paying for it, but I want them to come back to me and say, we want to give this to you. We want to bestow it upon you. So that's an exciting opportunity. And then there are a lot of other Guinness World Records that they might be able to um, that I might have as well. So I think I might have the most amount of content created by a single individual on social media, not just video, but I have like tens of thousands of accounts that have tens of thousands of posts that are just videos or music or whatever it may be. And the way that I'm able to create so much content, I create robots that just automatically upload segments of my life to social media, which is something that nobody else does. So you literally can go on many different platforms and be able to see a snapshot of my life either in 1 to 4 hour video, or some of them are short. Some of them are just like 1 minute songs or whatever. Um, I have another opportunity, I think, for Guinness World Record to for the person who's listened to the song the most. I have a song that I play in the background of my streams 24 hours a day. And what that does is it confuses the algorithm, basically the AI of YouTube, so that if I'm ever watching anything that may be considered copyrighted material, it alters it just a little bit so that I don't get flagged. I still get flagged for some things, but so I've been listening to the same song for 24/7 for years, but it's in the background. I barely hear it. Additionally, this isn't just a story of my life, but it's a story of world events. You know, I say we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We've seen assassinations and assassination attempts. We've seen peace and war and everything else. I keep a radio on in the background 24/7 that documents world news events. So, like, literally, you can go back to any moment of my life since the pandemic and know not just what was going on with me, but what was going on in world events, like a time capsule or like a timestamp, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, that's actually a genius way to do it. Honestly, that's extremely intelligent on the way you're operating.
Absolutely,
And I think the idea too of having the news behind and all the updates as well, as you brought up, I think that's actually a perfect example too of how you're kind of building this digital time capsule that tech theoretically could always be referenced back if people wanted to like see things of our current times and actually like in the flesh in a way.
Absolutely. And you see my reactions to what happened when the Queen died, what happened when the war started. These are really important things that not everybody has on camera. And you know, you are into cinematography. You know that there's always a reason why a filmmaker will put something into a film. And many times you may have someone in a film who's just listening to the radio, and it gives you a sense of the time period when you can hear those things. Or I don't know if you ever played Grand Theft Auto, but the radio has a big role in Grand Theft Auto for you to know what's going on in the city. In the same way, you know what's going
Yeah.
on in my life by the radio, and it's constantly going. It and it's not just radio talk. There's a lot of music that's played on the buffer music or the bumper music, I should say. So there are going to be a lot of people, artists out there who are already on this stream. I've already done my best to show on different streams basically every single Oscar nominee since 1929, play every major music album, have at least one video of every single song, every major song of the 20th and 21st centuries. Um, like, do you have TikTok?
Personally, no, I don't use TikTok.
That's okay. No worries. So I've created robots on TikTok that literally just I have tens of thousands of posts that just have 1 minute of my life that has music going over it. So even some some non-known artists are on my stream. In fact, I think it's really interesting. Sometimes I'll have this bot post and I'm not even paying attention to it, and I'll get one of the artists. I use their song, and they will go to my stream because they'll be like, "Hey, no one uses my songs. I'm just a small time creator. This is really amazing." And sometimes they're bigger. but they'll recognize that I made a video of their song, and that's basically free promotion for myself. So I think that's, there's all kinds of really interesting things, and we have almost 3,000 people in the Discord now, and many of them, I mean, it's right now like 11:23 where I am, and we've got a lot of people in this Discord who are active. And when people find out about what I do, this thing's gonna blow up. It just and next week, starting Monday, and for the next 5 weeks, I'm going to be on a series of podcasts with an Australian podcaster and radio host, and we're going to be talking about futurism. The first session is on life extension technology. The second section is on Earth improvements. The third section is on mega projects. The fourth section is on space exploration, and the fifth section is on intelligent life. And these are some really great conversations that we're going to be having. And I'm going to keep just connecting with individuals to be on podcasts, and eventually this will go viral. I know if I do it long enough, it's going to be a really big deal, and I think it will have the opportunity to change the world. And I'm really excited about that.
It's really rare to actually find someone, whether real life or online, pushing the boundaries or trying to do something others truly haven't yet. Because you always hear of someone doing something they think no one's ever done before, but then you find out it's been done many times. Whereas in your case, I think this is actually one of those rare times you're truly pushing the boundaries and doing something I think no one else would really think of, and even if they did, probably thinks it's out of their scope, so they never actually do it. And I think it's cool you actually went and did what people wouldn't imagine actually doing.
I appreciate that. I had someone who came in, and they've become a friend, but they came in maybe like 2 or 3 months ago, and they said, "Hey, we just got to talking or whatever," and I explained to him what I did, and he's like, "Hey, I know someone who does what you do." Whenever I hear that, my heart sinks because it's a good thing. I want other people to do it, but then it becomes a competition, like who's been doing it longer. And he made me aware of who this other streamer was, and they do what I do to some extent, but they only do it on one camera, and they've only been doing it. This is still a lot, but like 315 days, which is great. But I've been doing it like 1,666 days, which is a lot of data. But I think it's going to become more popular in the future as well. I don't call it live streaming, I call it life streaming, where you literally can live your life alongside someone. There are other people who have had like city streams or intersection streams, but you can't go back to the archives of that and see what was happening 5 years ago or 3 years ago. They're just continuous streams, which are cool, and I don't want to put that down. I think that's helpful, but it's a thing like if you can't go back and see it, did it really ever happen?
That's true, and I think your I suppose motives or rather reasoning as well, and the goal you're trying to achieve is definitely a lot different as well. I mean, you really are just kind of like you said, live streaming yourself, like reality TV shows. Everybody knows they're not really real; they're all scripted. Whereas yours is actually the real deal of getting to a reality stream where you're just doing your thing. It's you.
That's absolutely true. And it's real life. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. So I have a lot of IRL content as well, in addition to desktop streams. I've had people come visit me from Northern California, from places like 8 hours away in some instances. So I have had visitors, but generally I'm the only person who's on the camera. I'm respectful of other people. If they don't want to be on the stream, they don't have to be on the stream. And I live my life just the way that a lot of people live their lives right now. Right now, you're just sitting in a chair, sitting on your bed, or sitting on a couch, talking on Discord, right?
That's completely correct.
It's completely correct, and that's what I'm doing, and that's what a lot of people do, but they just don't have the courage to put the camera on themselves, and they certainly don't have the courage to archive it. And once you can get past that, and you get past sleeping on camera, and bathing on camera, and showering on camera, and going to the bathroom on camera, and brushing your teeth on camera, you can get past all that. you recognize that you have given the gift, given the world quite an incredible gift. That you have no fear, at least in terms of the public aspect of your life, and people will learn from this. I know that we look back on pictures from the 19th century and say, wow, isn't that really interesting, this couple or with their children, and they're like, you know, what did they do, who would they become, those kind of questions. Or in the 20th century, from video that we see, and we say, wow, that's what San Francisco looked like before the earthquake, or that's what New York City looked like at the time of the Great Depression, or that's what life was like during World War II, or Korean War, or Vietnam, or whatever it may be. And we see how video has changed our life and given us a snapshot of what life was like during that time. I have recognized that I'm living at a time that no other generation could really do what I'm doing, just because of storage capacities of the video. And I see these as like home videos that I have, um, and there have been other people who have streamed their life. That's how Twitch started, but those streams weren't archived. And my big thing is the archiving of the footage. That's what's important to me. That's why I'm live on so many different streams, because I want the redundancy. I know I've lost YouTube accounts for whatever reason. So that's why I'm live on so many different ones. So that if somebody wanted to scrub the internet of me, they would really have to work at it. I would say I would be the most difficult person, uh, almost certainly, to scrub the internet of in global history. Well, hold on.
Actually,
From a video standpoint, I would say there might be writings that
yeah,
of people, of like major figures, that would be difficult because they're involved in so many different things. But um, at least, like when like if you look at the president might have a press conference, and that might be shot from 10 different cameras, which is cool, but it's only for like 10 minutes or 20 minutes. He's never on camera, aside from the State of the Union, for more than 2 hours, ever. And it certainly is not sleeping on camera or eating on camera. Those are things that he reserves for his private life or whatever. And I have just recognized that the world can learn a lot from that in the future. And I really want people to recognize, no matter where they are on Earth, that we're all not that different. Whether you're in Asia or South America or Oceania or North America or Europe or wherever it may be, we all laugh, we all cry, we all sneeze, we all cough, we all blink. All of the things that people do, we're not that different. We're 99.9% all the same DNA. Whether you're a man or a woman, whether you're rich or poor, whether you're black or white, we're 99.9% the same DNA. And uh, there's a unifying force behind that if people can just recognize that it's available to them, and learn who I am. And on top of that, I think it's very important that people know, and I think people will really like the fact that they can always have something to do if they're ever bored on the internet. Oh, I can go see what Rabbi's doing, because I'm literally always creating content. Anybody else, Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, anybody, any celebrity, you eventually run out of their content. Not mine. It would take you 100 years right now, more than 100 years, to watch all of my content just on YouTube. That doesn't include TikTok. That doesn't include Instagram. That doesn't include on Twitter or any Twitch or anything else. And that's incredibly exciting as well. That we basically have unlimited content from someone, a fountain of content. That's exciting. Like, you'll never get bored of what I'm doing. And we have people in here right now who are asleep. They just like to know that they're not alone in the world, that they have a connection to someone. If they ever want to connect with me, they can. If they ever have a question, they can. I play games with people in here. We sing karaoke. We watch documentaries in here earlier tonight. I do my best to be as hospitable to people, and let people to know that mi casa es su casa. My home is your home.
I think that's a great standpoint, and I think what definitely sets you apart from other streamers, from what little I do know, and from our conversation, currently happening right now, is not only do you create content, but you openly give people the avenue and the opportunity to join in and kind of be part of that, or provide with the ability to create more content alongside them. because like you said, with most other content creators, there's really no opportunities, right, to really feel involved with them. Maybe you can send a message here
Exactly.
and
In
there,
the
pray
chat.
that they actually read it out,
Exactly.
but or even send emails to these YouTubers, and let's be honest,
They're not
you're
reading them.
never gonna contact a random viewer because you're just another viewer to them.
That's right.
Whereas you are definitely you're hands on, like you're genuine. It actually feels like I'm talking to a person and not just someone who's being performative, for the sake of financial gain.
Oh, absolutely. There, I don't want the money from it. I know that this has the opportunity, as I say previously. Data in 2017 overtook petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And I know that that is going to make me more money than I could ever want, and make my friends and everyone else more money than they'd ever want. And I want to give back to people like you, to people like Paul, to everyone in this Discord, to everyone who's helped me along the way. And I think I'll be able to. We have to think of all of the oil in the world and all of its value. Data, specifically human data, is worth more than that. So I'm sitting on my own little oil derrick here. It's not a little one, it's a big one. It's bigger than anybody else has. And I'll be able to sell not just the monetization of the data, but I'll be able to do endorsements. I'll be able to perhaps start different currencies and definitely market myself so that I very easily um, become in that top echelon that we're talking about. And once you get that much money, there's it becomes about power. It doesn't really become about money anymore. And I want to give that back. I ideally would just want to start one giant trust, basically a not for profit, and that trust just funds good projects in the world. And credit to some streamers out there like Mr. Beast and some of the others who have started or at least try to like help people, help the blind by like donating vision surgeries. I would love to do those things, but bigger. I'm not about making a profit. I don't need the money for the monetization of my streams. I want to give that back to everyone who's helped me, and I think there's a really exciting part of that. I mean, I have I'm a sponsor of a cryptocurrency. Shout out to the cryptocurrency has a very long name, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu, with tickers Bitcoin. But basically, very easily, instead of wearing their merchandise, I could be wearing Honda and perhaps Coca Cola or Pepsi or perhaps both or whatever it may be. And the exciting thing for an organization is I don't ever stop my stream. So their logo literally would be seen in front of thousands or millions of people simultaneously 24 hours a day. That's an incredible tool of marketing that really nobody else does. If you've ever seen an F1 driver or a NASCAR driver or anything like that, and they have those jumpsuits basically, and uh, they have companies who sponsor them. I would feel very comfortable doing the same thing, and I think that that's a really exciting marketing opportunity for these organizations, and uh, they'll have not just a banner ad, not just an advert, not just a like a commercial, but literally 24/7 coverage of for their brand, and that means people are going to talk about it. That means people are going to see loyalty on it. There's a really exciting opportunity from a corporate standpoint in sponsorship. So I know that the money will come, and when I started this for the first at least year, I didn't talk to anybody. I didn't have a Discord for the first 3 years. It was just like people would write in a YouTube comment, but because I had so many streams going, it would take me 2 hours to see that somebody had posted something, and a lot of people say, "Hey, why don't you use text to speech?" I have, but it doesn't always work that well. Those text to speech systems are kind of buggy. And, YouTube could make a really simple system that if somebody writes to you on YouTube, it just makes a noise. They don't have that. It's really unfortunate. So you have to use third parties. But when I first started, I just basically was someone who was just saying, I'm going to give people a portal into my life, and I'm going to continue to live my life the normal way. And then slowly but surely, I got into different people who were interested in what I was doing and wanted to connect with me, wanted to visit with me, wanted me to stream in their Telegram. I've been live streaming on a Telegram now for years for a cryptocurrency. And then getting into Discord, I started getting into Discord about 2 years ago. And then I started this Discord about a year and a half ago. And we now have like 3,000 people. And I've been a major um, character in the um, in Twitter Spaces, especially crypto Twitter Spaces. So I like to say that this is the center hub of the internet, and I really think it is. You see how many different Discords I'm in, and you see how many different YouTube streams I'm. Nobody else does what I do. They would be known by now, and so this is a really interesting project for the world to be able to discover someday.
Oh, yeah, no, I fully agree. I think it's truly an exhibit, of altruism and actually just trying to do, make a difference in the world, right, in the way you know how and try to get out there. And I think in Discord, I'm here, so it definitely does help to have that outreach, and promote it with people to actually get to, know you and get hands-on experience, if you will, with you, right, the individual yourself, rather than just, watching you do your thing, right, through a stream.
That's exactly right. And you raised an excellent point. With any other influencer, the best you're ever going to get is them reading your chat submission if they're going to do that. And a lot of times you might have to use TTS, you might even have to pay. Very few times do you have the opportunity, not just for me to schedule a call. I was ready for you when you came in. Like, there's a whole different aspect of that where 24 hours a day, you have someone to talk to if you want. Now, I know I may not be able to do that if I got super popular, but I could make time for people in certain arenas that we have in here, or different calls that, hey, if you know that you're being live streamed, but you want to talk about your situation you're having with your girlfriend or your boyfriend, or a situation that you're having at work or whatever, let's talk it out. I get people every single day who come to me for pastoral support, and I do my best to give them as good advice as possible. And they come back to me and follow up, and I've heard just about nothing but really high praise, and I'm really appreciative to have the role that I have to be able to help as many people as I do.
That's a really good point, actually, about, being that avenue for people to have someone to talk to. Because, it's easy to say everybody has friends or family, right? But in the reality, not everyone has those avenues to express themselves and or even accept it to begin with. And I think, especially verbal communication as well, you can, of course, go on Reddit, Twitter, whatever, make a post, people read, people reply, but I think it's definitely a different case when there's someone actually sitting there, you know, ready to talk if they want to talk, express themselves verbally, and you respond right on the spot, right, rather than just sit there and read the response. And at least verbally, especially in this case, you get to feel the energy too and the positive vibes of it actually feeling genuine rather than, again, someone farming karma or, just being performative for the sake of it.
Couldn't agree more, my friend. So you did have some questions. Any other questions that you may have?
Yeah, I'm curious. So before you started all of this, what was your, general routine? Just things you, did? Did you just live the same life?
No,
In
it
an
was quite
office?
different. No, quite different. I wasn't a streamer. I didn't have a YouTube account. I didn't use social media. Uh, I'm a very religious individual, so at least 3 times a day I would go to shul, synagogue, starting at 6:15 in the morning, and many times at lunch, and certainly after work. Being a certified project management professional, I have a technical background. I've also, in my life, been an accountant and a controller, so I have a financial background as well, and just really was living what you would consider to be a normal life of a professional in Southern California. And then the pandemic happened, and many aspects of my life went virtual, including my job went remote. Um, Many of our classes that we would have at synagogue went remote as well. So we'd be on camera. And I recognized that I went from never being on camera to immediately being on camera from anywhere from 8 to 12 hours a day. And that meant not only was I on camera for a major corporation in the world, but I was on camera for different synagogues of which I'm a member, and the different classes, be it a Chumash class, which is Torah class, Hebrew studies, uh, Hebrew language studies, Gemara classes, which is um, Talmud, and even into Chavrusa, which is like paired learning. When I started learning from more and more rabbis virtually, and then eventually, over the course of years of study, became a rabbi myself. And with the role that I have, I was around congressional rabbis. Some of my rabbis run congregations, or rabbinical colleagues, I should say. But others have other jobs as well. They're lawyers, or perhaps they're a business owner. They're also a rabbi. And I recognize that I could kind of go two different routes. And the congressional route is something that I may want to do someday, and have a brick and mortar um, shul, synagogue. But for the time being, I recognize as well that there was a change that we were seeing in not just Judaism, but globally, of this virtual world that people were living. And I was already basically, I had overcome the anxiety that a lot of people undergo when they first have to be on camera for work, or have to be on camera for class. And the way that it happened was, after work, I like to play golf, and I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, not too far away, and I would hit golf balls at the driving range. And I wanted to improve my drive, and I never had the opportunity to see what my drive looked like on camera. So I started with my iPhone, just recording myself and my swing. And if you've ever played golf, sometimes you hook the ball, sometimes you slice the ball, sometimes you top the ball. And I would make jokes to myself just on camera, like, oh, that didn't go too well, or whatever. And I thought, especially at that time, I was looking to get married. And I thought my future family, my future wife and future children, may want to see what their dear old dad was like during the pandemic, before they were even a gleam in his eye. And so I thought, okay, well, maybe I should start uploading this content to my Google Drive. And so I started doing that, and I would do it after work every single day. And it was just taking me a long time. If you get into the whole archiving footage and then downloading it and re uploading it, it can take some time, especially if you're getting throttled from an ISP or your cell service or whatever, because you're using so much data. And I recognize that, if I'm going to do this, I want to do it better than anybody else. So I went to Verizon. I bought 4 different data lines, so that when I do IRL streaming, I had a lot of data. I had a family plan as a single individual, which is quite interesting. And I bought a bunch of different laptops. I bought tablets. I bought handheld devices. I'm very familiar, and had been, with my technical background, of launching both apps on the App Store and Google Play. So I know iOS devices very well. I know Android devices very well. I've gotten into Windows devices, of course, Apple devices, even Amazon devices. And then I put cameras around myself in 360 degrees, and then just started learning how to stream. And I figured, you know what, if I do this 24 hours a day for a month, this will be huge. I'll go viral very easily. I'll have more followers than I'll ever want. Well, I didn't recognize it was going to be much more difficult than that. And you run into issues of copyright restrictions. You run into issues with, like, I don't generally talk about anything medicine related on my streams, generally not. But if I'm watching a podcast like Joe Rogan, and he talks about something medical, well, then I can get a flag for that, or I can get flagged for that, for medical misinformation. So I had to learn about all of those different aspects of streaming. And then I had to learn about redundant streams and multi-streaming. And uh, if if it's possible from a device, I will figure out a way how to stream on it. And then from there, like I said, the first year I didn't really talk to anybody. The second year, I would talk to people, but I didn't really. I That's when I started to open up a little bit more. The third year, I got into starting my own Discord, or so maybe into the third and fourth year, and now I'm just open to the world, and that's basically how it started. Does that answer your question?
Oh, more than answers it. That's probably the most thorough response I've received for a question, and I don't probably since forever,
Excellent,
if ever.
excellent. So that's how it happened. Basically,
So,
before my life, I was not a streamer. I was your classic black hat Orthodox Jew that you might see in a local community, and had nothing to do with the streaming world. Didn't want anything to do with the influencer world, but here we are. Oh, I should say as well. I know I did answer that question quite thoroughly. So I've both had positions at startups and positions in for major corporations. And in the startup world, I had a very unique opportunity to. I was the managing director of a startup, and I'd be happy to tell you the name of it, but I have an NDA. So, but it became a very popular app, and especially in Los Angeles. And I was able to manage the marketing department for a startup, and we had an angel investor who had quite deep pockets. So that meant that I was able to be in commercials, that I was able to design billboards, write jingles on the radio, even have product placement in movies, or like help to be sponsors of the Oscars. Um, and so that allowed me to learn a lot about marketing um, and just advertising, digital advertising, social media advertising. So while I personally didn't do social media, I ran departments that did. So that gave me an inside track of how these things work, and it really comes down to impressions. If you don't know what an impression is, it's basically when somebody sees your advertisement or hears your advertisement, that's considered one impression. And I recognize that the power of the impression. So I I utilize that to my advantage. That's why I'm in so many discords, and maybe I have my camera on. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I'm always in there. I'm always an impression in it. Eventually, somebody will get curious enough about me. They'll look at my profile. They'll click on it. They come in here, and that's how they join. So I did have a little bit of an advantage from my previous work experience on how to market myself well. And as you see, it's working pretty well.
I'm curious. Do you ever get people who join the calls with ill intentions?
Oh, every day. Yeah, absolutely. I
Trying
get
to
people.
insult you, and they're gonna have their moment.
Absolutely. I get people every day who say the N word. They just come and say the N word. They just come and like just just as long as they can until I ban them. I'll get people who come in, and the big one that people like to do is they like to wake me up. So if they see I'm asleep, they like to play chainsaws when they come in. Generally, I have those things muted, but not always. So they sometimes do wake me up, or they'll play air horns. I get people who certainly say death to Israel, those kinds of things. I get those kinds of things all the time. But I'm like a duck, and I just let those types of hate, that type of hatred, just roll like water off a duck's back, and I just reject it all. I recognize that if they knew that they were being archived for the history of humanity, they would not be acting in the same way. But eventually, people are going to see my streams, and they will find out who all those people are, and they will have to be judged to a certain extent. I like giving people second chances, so I could understand. Hey, I understand. You were 19 years old, and you thought it would be funny to do that. Okay, I get it. I get it. I understand. But it will be a lesson for people in the future, I think, of how we should interact with people online. That we aren't as anonymous as we may think that we are. And but yeah, every single day, I do get people who are bad actors. It's no big deal. I just have to press the ban button, and I do have a ban. Or I do have an appeal Discord, so an appeal server. So I get some people who say to me, "Sorry, I was drunk. Is there any way I can come back?" Yeah, of course. I give people second chances. I'll give you a third chance if you need it. Um, Yeah, I'm very easygoing. The main reason why people get banned in here, though, is because they're not 18 years old. That's why whenever I send out an invite, it says please join if you are an adult, and to join in here, um, at least to join this call, iOS doesn't have it. I would have it if I could, but Android does. It says you must be 18 years old, and it from a desktop computer as well. And if you're not, or if you're in some countries, they make you verify. Even still, people do get in one way or another. And so the way that I solve that, if they sound young or I have any kind of suspicions, then I just ask them, in what year were they born? And if they hesitate, then I basically have to say, I'm not here to be a bad guy or a mean guy, but I am here that I don't want to talk with children. I think children are great. I don't have anything against them, but I don't think that, at least, I talk about things that many times aren't for children's ears, arguably. And I get people who come in here who say, "Hey, Rabbi, I'm having trouble with my girlfriend," or "Hey, Rabbi, I'm having trouble with my boyfriend." And these discussions can get rather um, specific and detailed, and they're just not the right discussions for children. And also, there's a certain level of maturity that I want people to have. When I come in here and I say, I share my life for world peace, blah 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 blah. I don't want somebody saying, "Okay, but who's your favorite Fortnite character?" Like that's not important to me. I want children to be children. I want adults to be adults. So the main reason why people are banned in here is because of their children. I get people though quite often, they'll be like, I'm 17 and 364 days old. And I'll say, I'll see you tomorrow. And I won't ban those people, but if they're really, really close, I'll get other people who say, "Oh, I didn't know you had to be 18. Is there any way you won't ban me?" I'm like, "Yeah, I won't ban you. Just leave the server and come back when you are 18." They'll come back, and we'll wish them good tidings and everything. And then I do get some people who are just absolutely not even close to being 18. And but yeah. So, in answer to your question, do I get bad actors in here? Absolutely. I do give people second chances. I give people third chances, and I think that's important. And to give people a way to ask to be unbanned is important as well.
I think that's cool that you actually do have, a place for people to appeal. And especially with with what you're doing, I think most people probably wouldn't bother with an appeal because A, takes time, B, it's just something more effort, right, to come out of their day to do if someone does try to appeal. And I do agree with you on the second chances for sure. And especially on the internet where it's easy to think we're all just a username on the screen or an avatar at the end of the day. And you say whatever that doesn't quote unquote matter in the real world. But I do think your perspective on being able to actually keep doing what you're doing and be as positive as you consecutively consistently are, despite those bad actors coming in and trying, to get your stream, shut down, copyright, and kind of put you down, especially when they're gonna, bring up your religion as well, which is a low blow in my opinion.
It happens.
That's pretty courageous of you.
Thank you. It happens, and I understand. I've been a young person, and generally I wouldn't say anything like that about someone, but I recognize that uh, people do change, and with the consistency aspect of it, some people say, you must be the most consistent person on earth, and I would say I don't know if that's true, but what I do know is true is I have more consistency archived on the internet than any person does. And I've always been a very consistent person in my jobs. I go years without missing a day. Um, I like, no matter what it is, we could have fires in Southern California, we could have earthquakes in Southern California, whatever it may be. Um, in synagogue attendance the same way. Um, and I recognize that consistency is important for people, and especially doing something that I'm doing. Like, people don't want a hit and miss individual. They want something that they know for long periods of time is consistent and true. There's something beautiful in that. And as I say, I would just basically be living my life uh, in some ways the same way. I think just chilling on the internet, surfing the internet, watching podcasts, listen to the radio. Those are things that I've always loved to do. In terms of like my IRL friends, I don't want them to have to feel like they have to be on the stream. So we may email, we may call or whatever. And I always know I'm not a prisoner to the stream. If I want, I can just go and I go outside if I want. And now we have like I have like security cameras, but that's not like being streamed. Like that's just archived from a security standpoint. But I can basically leave whenever I want, and there's a lot of beauty in that, and I find it to be an exciting premise that I I just leave the streams going 24/7 if I want, and nobody gets kicked out of here. Everybody can stay, and then when I want to come back, I come back. That's a cool aspect of it too. Like I do have handheld devices that I use. If I ever, fortunately, it doesn't happen often, but like if like we ever have to like maybe like if I have to have um, like the ISP come out and like change out the router or something, like that's why I say I don't have the longest stream going in global history. I I don't really want that. That's a lot of stress on my life that I don't want. I like having the most amount of data. That's important to me. And so I have GoPros that I use if I ever am having issues. And then in the bathroom as well, I have GoPros. Now I do have myself going to the bathroom far more than probably anyone in global history, but that is not highly ranked content on YouTube. YouTube actually does not like that kind of content. Now when I shower, I have a lot of singing in the shower videos, especially on Instagram, but they'll be from like the waist up, or I'll wear like swimming trunks, something like that, because of the nudity issue. And and then with the GoPros, a lot of times if I'm going to the bathroom, I'll just turn on a GoPro, and so I have that information archived. So I have some offline, actually a lot of offline. I have SD cards, just a huge bag of SD cards, like 512 gigabyte SD cards, terabytes. I have lots of offline data as well. So when we go viral, I'm gonna upload all of that as well, and people will have the opportunity to see like behind the scenes, so to speak, which I think will be really interesting as well.
How much? Oh, happy Passover, by the way.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And I'm curious, like, how do you determine what to back up locally and what to just leave like on the archive streams?
Yeah, excellent question. So before I started doing this on live streams, I started the live streams in fall of 2021, but I have like an entire summer before then that was just on SD cards, SD card after SD card after SD card. I would order like 10 SD cards a week from Amazon, and so at that time it was just everything. I had just SD cards of myself sleeping. A lot of those SD cards are IRL content, though. I would run into the issue, especially that summer, where my phones would overheat in the Southern California sun, or I'd have issues with power. Just the phones. If you are live streaming, or even just using your camera for long periods of time, you won't get 8 hours out of your battery. You might get 1 or 2 hours out of your battery, and I would still need these phones as well for like GPS and things like that. So um, the there's a lot of IRL content on the SD cards, and I would say if I wanted redundant streams while outside, that's what a lot of those SD cards are. For now, some of the SD cards are IRL content, but they're really things that I can't show on um, on YouTube. So um, like if I'm going to the bathroom, YouTube does not like that. Even though I do have, especially on TikTok and Instagram, a lot of that kind of content, um, it'll just get flagged as being, inappropriate or whatever reason they want to give. So I have just like SD cards of myself going to the bathroom or showering. Um, what else do I have SD cards? Really a lot of IRL content usually because I would live stream with a device and then as a backup have the SD card. So, in answer to your question, the things that I use SD cards for most are IRL content, and um, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Oh yeah, definitely it does. And I'm curious, how much data would you estimate you actually have stored locally?
Okay, this is a great question. At least 100 terabytes. So I've got quite a few different like 5 terabyte uh, 5 terabyte hard drives, and then I have just a huge bag of SD cards. Each one is anywhere from 256 gigabytes to like a terabyte itself, and I have like hundreds of those. Um, so at least 100 terabytes there, and then in terms of what I put out, I've calculated it. I have like at least like 20 petabytes that I've archived on the internet over the course of the last 4 years, which is just a huge amount of data if you know how big a petabyte is.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. And do you actually label them, or do you kind of just throw them all in just one big like?
No, they're all in just a, well, if it's like a hard drive, yeah, where it's like plugged into my computer, but if it's just a card, no, I have these cards like chips, just like boom. I'd be done with one, just throw it in there, and it's really easy to identify because they all have the date on. Like all of they're all formatted in a way that has the date and the time and everything. So it's all labeled digitally. So all I have to do is put it into a card reader, and it tells me everything that I need. But if you know how little an SD card is, you can't really write that much on it physically.
That is true. I have a bunch of them myself. My old phone's like the Samsung S7 and a bunch of S5s just sitting around. So I definitely do know.
Excellent. Any other
I'm also curious.
excellent questions?
When you first started streaming, in what way did it impact like your personal relationships with others? Like, did they take it well? Did they kind of like think you're crazy for doing what you're doing?
Yeah, great question. So I was at a friend of mine's wedding, and right when the pandemic started, and I saw all my friends at this wedding, and it was like the last time that we were all together. My friends got married. They have children, thankfully, and so we will do like FaceTime or we will do email. But they recognize that this is really important to me, and they also recognize that it's never been done before. So they're very positive towards it. But in terms of like what we used to do, where we would just go to our local kosher deli and shoot the breeze or whatever, um, those kind of things, those kind of days, I don't want to say are over, but they have wives now and they have children, and so they don't have the same time that I do. So it was actually pretty convenient when it all happened that they were moving on with different aspects of their life, and I was about to do the same. I had a shotgun, a match, and was looking into basically sitting down and getting married permanently, and then the pandemic really changed a lot of that. I had intentions perhaps to move from Southern California to Israel. That changed during the pandemic. A lot of those programs were basically delayed. And then it became pretty unsafe to, I'm not saying it's completely unsafe, but Israel's been involved in some major conflicts since then. And from that perspective, my intentions to perhaps move abroad have at least been delayed. I'd like to live there as I get older. I know exactly where I want to live. I know the friends that I want to have there. And that's another thing. I had some friends, quite a few friends who made Aliyah um, right before the pandemic. So, um, they we went from being seeing each other multiple times a week to they moved. Um, Other people in my life, certainly from a synagogue standpoint, as being a pillar of the community that it was, and being in shul multiple times a day, I basically said to my rabbinical colleagues, "This is what I want to do," and I have their blessing to live my life any way that I want, and certainly get their emails and follow ups and everything. But I think they kind of consider it to be avant-garde, but this isn't necessarily uncharted territories within the Jewish community. We have people who do gap years. We have people who go travel the world in Bangladesh and in Burma or Myanmar and the Philippines, and they'll just take like 2 years to just go backpacking or whatever it is. We'll have people who just go and start a shul somewhere in remote locations in Indonesia or Thailand or something like that. And we recognize that they'll be back in due time. And that's kind of how I see it as well. And uh, I, the friends that I have, I know that our bonds are, no matter where we are, we're still friends. When we we'll do like calls together on Zoom and things like that. And it's like we're together again, like we are at that local Jewish deli or perhaps in the parking lot of shul or synagogue or wherever it may be, or at Shabbat dinner, whatever. There are bonds that don't really weaken with time, and I like to see their their pictures of their kids and their, if they go on vacation or whatever it is. That's all. Those are things that I recognize that perhaps I'm missing out on. But I don't mind it. I'm fine with not having that life. I'm fine with not having to make tuition payments for day schools, and I'm fine for not having. I mean, I got to say that not all relationships um, are always great. There are people who have divorces and such. Fortunately, it's avoided my friend group for the most part. Um, but a relationship takes time and it's a lot of effort, and I've certainly been someone who has been with many women, really great women, with the opportunity to perhaps marry quite a few of them, but just never wanted to pull the trigger on it until I was older, more established, especially from a financial standpoint. And now I'm at the point where I feel I'm on the verge of something really special. That it could be this time next year, everybody in the United States knows who I am, or perhaps the world. Um, Very few people have that opportunity. I know my other friends, they're like accountants, or they're like working at they're like an executive in some organization, or they're a lawyer or something, but it's not like tomorrow their law firm is going to be the biggest law firm in the world. They don't have that. This is like a almost like a lottery ticket that I have, that at any time this thing's going to hit. If I do it for long enough, and when it does, I'll be able to buy their companies, I'll be able to buy their law firms, I'll be able to do anything that I want. So um, they certainly know that I've been uh, a, a different, very consistent individual. I think what would surprise them most is that um, they saw me going down the road of getting married and having children. And the fact that I've delayed that, and I recognize that I'm having to delay it for like 5 years or so, that might surprise some of them. But for other ones that I have, especially the women in my life, I would make it vocal to them that I thought I would be like 50 years old before I got married. I had a lot to do. I wanted to travel. I wanted to be established. I wanted to have a career, and then have children. And I didn't understand why that wasn't more common. Everybody had to get settled really early on, and I understand that's part of the culture. But there's an aspect of me that where I think I've gone in a little bit different direction. So the friends that I have been positive of this. I don't really have anybody who's been negative about it. At least they haven't vocalized that to me. And we still keep in touch the way that many people keep in touch or have since the pandemic, and especially uh, long distance that we have with many of my friends who have moved to. I mean, some of them have moved to England, some have moved to Israel, some just might have moved from Orange County to Los Angeles County. So even still, we're not. They moved. And trying to think of one person who's been negative in my life about this situation, and none come to mind. So that's been a blessing in itself as well.
Yeah, that's amazing. I feel very fortunate to not think have those negative reactions. I feel like it is one of those things there's definitely a lot of people that would kind of be taken aback by it, and think for a second, like, that's, it's kind of crazy. Like, why would you, sacrifice other avenues of life just to pursue that? But at the end of the day, it's, if someone is satisfied and content with, the pursuits they pursue, I don't think there's any right or wrong way to live your life. If that's what you want to do.
That's exactly right. There's a it's incredibly freeing doing what I do, um, and the like I have learned that no matter who we are, we all, like I've said previously, we all laugh, we all cry, we all sleep, we all snore a little or whatever, we all cough, we're not that different, and in order for us to have world peace, and I really that's my main goal in this. In order for that to occur, we need leaders who talk about it. And there are a lot of people out there who want it, but they don't talk about it. They're afraid to talk about it. And I would say my friend group recognizes that how important world peace is to me personally. And I recognize there's a quote of Margaret Mead that I really like: "Never doubt the actions of a small group of people to change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has." And I agree with that. The idea that it just takes one person or a small group of people to be able to make a huge impact on society, and I'm very difficult to cancel. And that's an important aspect of it too. That if even if YouTube took down all my streams, I have redundant streams on Instagram and on TikTok and on Twitter and all the other places. And if you took me down on Twitter, or I'm still on Rumble, I'm on a lot of different places, and I don't talk about anything that I feel is that controversial aside from world peace. I don't get into politics that much. I do my best to maintain neutrality. I think generally that many politicians are corrupt, and I don't blame them for that. I understand that's part of the game, and I talk about things that unite people and avoid things that divide us. Things like life extension technology, transhumanism, de extinction. These are all really exciting things, and they're not talked about enough, but they're happening today. People are using life extension technologies to increase their average life expectancy, and it's not just the top 1%, it's a lot of people on Earth. It's lowering the obesity epidemic. It is allowing people to live longer lives with peptides and GLP-3s and such. I think that is fantastic. I am an advocate for people improving their own lives and positivity. And it just, you never know. I could be on this series of podcasts in Australia next week or in the coming weeks, and it triggers something. And when that occurs, it will be like a catalyst. It's like I am a barrel of gasoline, and it's just going to take a match to light this thing up. And that's when it gets really exciting. That's when I start to travel the world and go to impoverished areas and help to physically build wells. I already helped to fund them, but then we're able to make a difference in people's lives and advocate for peace globally in person. I feel like that's really exciting. And a lot of times people say, well, don't you feel like you could be a target for an assassination? I'm only one individual. I can't let that stop my message. And I'm an advocate for life extension technology, but also mind uploading technology. And then there's another kind of technology known as revivification technology, revivification technology, where you can actually bring someone back who was once dead. Uh, these are all opportunities. So if I did, God forbid, get assassinated, there might be some future scenario where somebody or people want to bring me back, and that becomes a project in itself. I can't live my life in fear. Perhaps at the end of uh, the barrel of an assassin's bullet. So from that aspect, I feel I have a really great message. And look, we've talked for the last hour or so, and you've known a lot of influencers out there. They don't talk about hydroponics and vertical farming and cloud seeding and desalination, and these are words that a lot of people haven't even heard. We have to educate the world that these things are actually real and that they can actually help people. And I'm an educator at heart. I want to teach people that there are options out there to better the world. And I want to motivate a generation out there who feels that AI is replacing their jobs to go into nuclear physics and hydrology and into medicine and life extension technologies and to create new types of uh, of oxygen there of oxygen tents and oxygen um, uh, um, uh, bear, oxygen chambers and just people who want to get into nuclear energy or space travel or environmental studies. These are really things that I feel like aren't being discussed enough, and I want to inject these conversations into the average mainstream person. Yes, TikTok videos are cute, and yes, what's going on Love Is Blind and the Love on the Spectrum, all that stuff. That's cool, but that's not who I am. You can go to the people on Twitch and Kick and YouTube for that. I'm something different. I am a force for good, and I feel that my impact is very close to becoming realized. There's a meme. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's big in the crypto community. It's basically a picture of a man who's digging in a tunnel with like a pickaxe, and he turns around right before he hits all the diamonds. Well, I've come too far to turn back. At no point do I ever want to stop doing this. This is extremely exciting for me. I enjoy every single day of it. Um, I want to do this for. Hello, may I ask how old are you? Okay, excellent. Welcome. How are you? I'm well, thank God. How'd you find out about me? Okay, well, welcome. Excellent. Did we have a chance to meet? I'm well, thankfully. Did we have a chance to meet then?
Yeah, you're telling me how I can get forever.
Absolutely. Yeah, there you go. So you can see here, Meepy, that I do spread this word and people remember it.
Yeah, no, you're very you're very contagious in terms of positivity. I gotta be honest, like your way to stay motivated this entire time, and keep up this energy too. I'm sure you've repeated yourself with many people until get them to know what you're about, and the fact you're still as energized, and you can clearly tell that you personally actually believe the stuff you're saying too.
100%. Absolutely. Well, let's check in with our friend. Is it Cartier, correct?
Yes.
Excellent. How have things been for you recently?
Great.
Excellent. Well, what's new?
Pretty much. I got paralyzed from the neck down recently.
No way. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, not really.
We don't have to talk about it. Do you mind if
How have you been, man? Can I still live forever?
Absolutely. I was just going to say, I've had some other people who have been paralyzed on this stream, and you should know there's a lot to be positive about. And so, if I just may say, the big thing is Neuralink, it's brain computer interface. The first successful Neuralink took place in the year 2023 with a man named Nolan Aspro. He's a quadriplegic individual who became paralyzed by just diving into some water, and there was like a log, and it snapped his vertebrae. And he's able to play today, uh, less than 3 years later, after having this Neuralink uh, uh, inserted in him. Uh, he's able to play video games better than you ever could have, or I ever could have, or Meepy, or Paul, or anybody else. He has basically an auto aimer in there because of this brain computer interface. And they have successfully, Neuralink has successfully had
I have a
these.
question.
Go ahead.
What's your opinion on mini chain AI?
Negachain AI?
Yeah, it's a blockchain.
Yeah. Are you saying Megachain AI?
No, nigga chain AI.
Oh, please enlighten me.
It's hard to explain.
Okay, well then let's look it up. Just a
It's a new
moment.
blockchain going around.
Yo, can you please tell me about Negachain AI and everything about it? Give me bullet points, please. All right, excellent. All right, uh, so we have negative chat. No, that's an AI character.
It's NIGGA chain AI.
Okay, well, that's different. I don't know what that is. Okay, so you tell me about
But
it.
yeah, it's basically this new blockchain. It's turning it's a little racist, but like it's a movement. It's not my movement. It's just a movement that I've heard of. They're basically turning black people that do bad stuff, like like join gangs and like rob people and stuff like that. They're turning them to cyborgs that basically help the industrial business, and they've been kidnapping people recently. Black little kids from like Section 8 housing and stuff. It's real bad. But the technology is actually pretty good in their motive, but like just the stuff they're doing is bad.
Okay, well that's cool. You can come back and tell us about it some other time. So I think that was a troll.
Oh, 100%.
Exactly. So I let people say what they want to say, but then that's just how it
I think
is.
he was trying to lead it on, to get you to like actually say it.
Absolutely, and you noticed that I, like, I didn't know what he was talking about, and I didn't necessarily
Yeah.
hear him correctly. But yeah, I'll get people who do that, and that's fine, whatever. Um, but yeah, just overall, I don't let those kinds of people stop me. But remember what I said. I get people who come in here and say the N word and all kinds of things. I don't know why people are so obsessed with race. Um, and again, like that guy's now on my stream forever, and his kids are going to be like, "Dad, why were you such a dork when you were 19 years old?" And he's going to say, "I was 19 years old. I just thought it would be funny to troll somebody." And they're going to be like, "Yeah, but now the whole world knows that our family was a bunch of like losers who like to use racism against individuals." And he'll be like, "I know, I hope the world forgives us," and they will. But he's just a perfect example of people that we have to deal with.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just, kind of browse the internet trying to create, shock responses just for the sake of it, really.
That's true. And then
Whether it's, for attention or to entertain them,
absolutely.
or
And,
because are genuinely just like that in general. It could be either or.
and there are gotcha moments where somebody, oh, if I said it, then he can go to my stream and say, "Here's Rabbi saying the N word." Like, that's 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 what people like to do, and that's why I have to stay very. I have to stay. Uh, I have to keep a high level of attention to people, and like especially you never know how old somebody's going to be in here. All right, you want to say you're 19, that's fine. Um, and I don't know. I make myself out to be a huge target too in so many different discords, and I invite people in. I don't actively talk to people in other discords though. Generally, they have to come in here, and the reason why, again, if I'm in a discord with like 25 people, let's say in Socialize or Edgy or whatever it could be, chances are there's going to be some person in there who's not uh, 18 years old, and you're going to have other people in there who want to use the N word, and other people in there who want to, troll me or whatever. It's too complicated. That individual, I was uh, trying to show compassion because it sounded like he had become paralyzed, and then who knows? But I do get some people on here who have been really paralyzed, and I mean what I say with brain computer interface. There's a way, basically, for the brain to be able to transmit messages past the area in their spine that has been broken using multiple ways, but the easiest one currently is with Bluetooth. Basically, there is a message that's sent from the brain to the end of the spine where it's broken. There's a little Bluetooth communicator that sends the message across the break of the spine to another Bluetooth receiver and then sends that information to the lower limbs. And people have been able to use this kind of technology to be able to slowly but surely walk again. And I think that's incredible.
Oh, I fully agree. I think even a lot of the developments, they've made over the last few years in terms of even, trying to restore people's vision of partial blindness or allowing deaf people to, actually hear things for the first time. And, it's always mesmerizing when you watch those videos and see that progression being made in humanity and even how they like break down, because experience that they probably can't even imagine like existed, and it's just normal everyday things we don't think about because we're born with the ability to have those experiences.
I couldn't agree more. Those cochlear implant videos are incredible. Seeing young children who can hear their parents for the first time, or even children who have never had glasses before and they can eventually see their parents. It's just, it warms my heart and brings tears to my eyes. So that's what I'm doing. Um, I'm in the middle of, well, we were just watching a documentary. We watched a documentary tonight on musicals, basically like corporate musicals. And then I played some games with some friends earlier, and I am basically in the middle of developing some outlines and theses for some some different some different really religious topics. Hey, if you would, could you please go to rabbirothschild.medium.com. So it's my name.medium.com. I just started this week publishing writings, and I want you to read the first one. You can listen to it. It's not like you have to sit there and read it. In the meantime, I'm going to use the restroom, but it's on the ad hominem attack. And you were saying, like, how do you deal with trolls and things like that? I want you to read it, and I'll be back in like a few minutes after you read it or so. And and I want you to get an idea of what I discussed because I think it's really interesting. Can you go to the what? Pardon me. Go to the website.
Sure, repeat it,
Absolutely.
if you don't mind.
Absolutely. No, I don't mind at all. Rabbi Rothschild, RabbiRothschild .medium, medium.com.
Got it.
And you should see like 4 articles I've had the opportunity to publish this week. And the first one says something about the ad hominem attack.
Yeah, I see one here, but unsung heroines of Jewish life, vision of redemption.
It's the first one.
Yeah.
Or the bottom one. Yes. Excellent. And then there's, if you want, you can just listen to it. There's a little listen button as well.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Excellent. I'll be right back. And then I'd love to talk to you about it. Thank you so much. Neat. Are you there, my man?
Yeah, welcome back.
Thank you. Have you had the chance to read that article?
Yes, I did. I have finished reading through it.
What are your thoughts?
I mean, I agree with everything that is said, especially in all the terminologies that you mentioned in terms of the way people like to label people.
Absolutely.
The idea of discrediting the speaker rather than engage with the argument. And I think the strongest point, especially that I do like the way you present it, is when the argument is answered with an insult rather than a rebuttal. The insult itself becomes evidence of the weakness of the response and not the strength behind the attacks.
Exactly.
And I think you see this the most, especially on Twitter these days and Reddit. Any forum really when it comes to it, you actually present a logical thought. Again, whether they agree or disagree, I think is besides the point. There's no way we really can invest in new ideas is hearing people out.
Yes.
And actually promoting discussion rather than insulting people. And I think it is also a little bit of a sign of someone's intellect as well. In my opinion, is they're going to only focus on nitpicking someone's thoughts or arguments to use it as an excuse to deliver a personal attack against them, rather than actually have an intellectual conversation about it. I think it is the weakest way, in my opinion, to kind of even tell someone I don't have the ability to actually, add anything to the debate or to actually challenge your idea to my own. So I think they do result in using insults, right, because they're unable to be on that even ground with the way you present yourself and articulate yourself versus them taking the easy way out.
Well said. Absolutely. I completely agree. And that's why I wrote it. And like you said, you see this often in online debate. You see it in in real life debate as well. But I got sick of it, and I thought, okay, well, if I can start to make people recognize they want to call me whatever or anybody, just point to that article and be like, you're not attacking the person, you're attacking, you are attacking the person, you're not attacking the argument. Read this. When you're done and you've had the opportunity to reevaluate your argument, come back to me and let's debate. But until then, if you want to say whatever the phrase is, I've already got it covered basically. And on top of that, it gives me the upper hand in the debate already because I've recognized that you are calling me a whatever, and that shows that you are afraid to debate the actual topic. I feel that it's a power move. So, anyway, I have had the opportunity to publish some articles recently, and I'm going to continue to publish and basically just draft different ideas that I have. Like, that's more of a philosophical idea, but I think it's important and is not really discussed in society that everybody uses these terms, whatever they may be, especially in political discussions, and I don't like that. I don't like these labels. So we're going to move away from the labels and start focusing discussions on or debates on the topics at hand. And for anyone who wants to use those labels, look at my Rabbi Rothschild blog or Rabbi Rothschild medium.com. Go to the first article at the bottom and read from there. And like basically, it's I've already got him beat. I feel.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And I think it does show, a bit of closed mindedness too when someone isn't willing to respond in, good faith. And again, whether you agree or disagree in an argument, I think is really besides the point. But not only to really, challenge yourself, but I think also to present new ideas to others because, life's all about evolving, and growing as a person. And, there's a lot of times we change our outlook on things or, get a new perspective we don't think about in our own right. It could change the way our thought process works as well, or open us to new ideas and explore new avenues in life.
I'm in agreement, 100%. You're a smart individual. I hope you're told that often.
I've been told it many times. I don't think of myself that way, but at the end of the day, in my opinion, it's what others say about you that matters rather than what we think of ourselves.
That's what smart people say. Excellent. Well, good on you, Meepy. Do you have any other questions or any other topics you want to discuss?
As actually you brought up documentaries.
Yeah.
Have you ever, I guess, kind of thought of the idea of or trying to get a documentary made about yourself, or is that more it comes when it comes once you hit it get bigger?
Yeah. So my whole life is a documentary. Funnily enough. So yeah, there was a documentary that was being made about the cryptocurrency, of which I'm a part. But then the crypto market, not just for this cryptocurrency, but just in general, the cryptocurrency that sponsors me is still worth tens of millions of dollars. But the crypto market in general dropped severely in the last. It tanked in the last year, and it'll come back, and we'll get that documentary made. But in the meantime, um, I have held off on that. Um, and the documentary, I was talking about this earlier. The documentary industry was once much bigger, I feel. Um, in terms of from like 2005 to 2015, where it was the hot time for documentaries and documentarians. But now, especially because documentarians have switched many of them to just being content creators, the documentaries are shorter. Now, do I think that I could get one done? Absolutely. Um, it's just the right person. It's difficult to reach out to anyone on YouTube because there's not a really great way to contact people. Yes, you can go to their account and click their email, but like you've said, what are the odds that they're going to answer you regarding that? Um, and I'm kind of a tricky individual for people on YouTube because I've been banned on YouTube. Just had accounts banned for, whatever, like because it listened to 3 copyrighted songs in a row and I got 3 strikes or whatever. Uh, so there are people who don't necessarily want to risk their, like, they're making money on their accounts and they don't necessarily want to have anything that's perhaps could risk their account. Um, so I do the podcast route where someone might have a podcast and we'll just review what I do. A lot of times for documentarians, they want to go to a location and spend time with the person. And I would invite that if somebody wanted to come to me and live with me and what I do, they absolutely can. But they have all that on camera. That's kind of the interesting thing as well. Um, so, have I had any documentarians reach out and say they wanted to document what I do? Yes, in this cryptocurrency documentary, but that kind of got put on hold because of the industry or the market. And so I've just been doing my thing, reaching out to people. There's a strategy that isn't really discussed, but I think it's really smart for people to be able to market themselves. Okay, so there are 2 versions of this. One I call ambush podcasting. So I would do this. I have my own podcast. Don't listen to it. I mean, you can, but it's not super interesting. What I would do is I would go into someone's Kick channel and say, "Hey, you want to be on my podcast?" And they would say yes. Believe it or not, when you ask someone to be on a podcast, like 95% of the time they say yes if they're a creator because they recognize that this might be their big break or they recognize that this might increase their visibility. They don't really say no. That was a big surprise to me. So I would just go into their chat and they would just be chilling. And I'd be like, "Well, you want to be on my podcast?" And they'd be like, "Yeah." So we would do a podcast, and I would ask all of them the same 73 questions. These 73 questions were from Vogue magazine, and they're not big pressure questions. They're like, what are your go-to items when you leave the house? What's your favorite book? It's not like, what is your opinion on the bloodshed of XYZ? There's nothing like that. And I would ask the people the questions, which was great. But that I found, I only have a limited audience, but it would combine my audiences. People would be like, "Oh, I saw that you interviewed so and so." So then I thought of recently the flip side of this, which is what I call ambush guesting. So I just go on Twitter and I'll just type in the search, "want to be on my podcast," or like uh, usually I just use like quotation, "be on my podcast," and quotation, and I'll see anybody on there. And the first guy that I saw was this guy in Australia, and I emailed him and we connected, and we've already met twice, and we're going to publish the next 5 sessions that we have, and we put out a press release for it, and that's what I do basically, and just get these things lined up. And I said to myself, if I do a podcast a week for the next year, I'll be famous by the end of that. Somebody will listen to what I'm doing saying, "I can make you wealthier than you ever dreamed. I have more data online than any person ever. All you have to do is look at it. I'm talking about world peace. I'm talking about futurology. I'm talking about betterment of the world and the universe. All you have to do is take a look." And I know somebody's going to hear that message and say, "You know what, there's something really interesting in that." And they're going to find that it's a treasure trove of data and funny stuff and cool, interesting aspects of the world. And so the documentary is I love it. I love the idea. No one's doing one on me right now, but I do have people who do interviews, and so that's the route that I've gone. But if you know any documentarians, let them know about me. I'd love to do one.
I think there'll definitely will be a documentary about you at some point.
I agree.
It's just a matter of time. Like, I think it's one of those things. Like if you told someone about what you're doing, they would definitely be intrigued enough. Just like think, okay, I'm gonna watch the doc. You know what I mean? Again, it just raises so many questions of, who are you? Like, what do you do? Like, why is he doing this? I think it's a very eccentric avenue. That most people, I think, would have no idea that someone exists that's actually doing it. And it works perfect for that kind of documentary, whether it's Netflix, Amazon, like whatever, with someone picking it up. And you do make a good point too about the documentarians, especially nowadays, like kind of independent blog posts or just YouTube content creation, rather than the standard 90-minute, 120-minute documentaries where we used to see everywhere about like literally everything.
Isn't that interesting that those went away?
It is. I remember even back in like school, we'd pop up the CRT TVs, VHS, and play the documentaries and everything. I don't know if kids are still watching the docs like that, but
Well,
it was definitely a time you don't think about in the moment, but after it's passed, you look back on fondly.
people's attention spans aren't what they once were, especially with the phone. I mean, I've watched documentaries recently, and if I'm just watching it, I'm pretty bored. I want to be looking at my phone. I want to be doing something else, and I'll watch and listen. That to me is as good as it gets. I love doing multitasking like that. And originally, when many of these documentaries were created, there were no phones. They knew that they were going to have your full attention, but now creators recognize that you need to be really quick and fast, and thus basically like a 20-minute uh, longer YouTube video is about the best you're going to get unless somebody wants to put a series together. And they recognize that like things have to work well with the YouTube algorithm, that um, like a 90-minute or 120-minute breakdown of something, or even just following someone's life, is better cut up into 5 or 10 different episodes, just based on people's attention and how it's best going to work in the algorithm. Um, and I kind of feel like that's what I'm doing with this upcoming podcast series. It's on video. The person with whom I'm doing it is a radio host in Australia. They live in Brisbane, but they are a radio host in Melbourne. They have millions of listeners on the radio. Um, we have thousands of listeners on their podcast. And, we're breaking it up basically in 20-minute segments. Under normal conditions, 10 years ago, we might have just done one really long form podcast, but it works better nowadays for the algorithms to break them up, and then they're not overpressured and such. So we'll see how that goes, but I'm going to continue going to people on Twitter saying, hey, basically, like I have like a normal Twitter account. It's not like verified or anything. I've had verified, but so I'm not saying that I haven't had one. But what ends up happening is it's very easy to randomly lose your Twitter account for whatever reason. They consider it spam or whatever, and they don't say, "Hey, you're 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 getting a spam warning." Just one day you log in and it's your account has been suspended. It's like, what did I do wrong? So I've had verified accounts that have been suspended. So I was an early user of Twitter Blue back when it was called Twitter Blue. It used to be $1 a month when they first started, and the only thing that you could do was basically edit a post or undo it, or like undo send of a post or something like that. Um, Now they have all kinds of other things, and Twitter's basically become pay to play. Um, but with the 240 characters that they give me or whatever, I can say, hi, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. More than 4 years of 24/7, 365 coverage from 20 plus streams. I would love to be on your podcast. just that little message. I just go through, and anybody who has a podcast, I put that underneath um, their comments. And you'd be surprised how many people reach out to me and be like, okay, let's get it done or whatever. Like I said, this guy recently, and I've got another person who mentioned to me that, hey, send me a DM. I get people who say, send me a DM. I had one podcaster in Australia with whom I spoke to this week. A friend of mine was on his podcast, a different friend of mine from Australia, and but this podcaster only does in-person podcasts. He's tried to do the he runs into, and I understand, you run into technical issues when you're doing them like this many times. And he said he's tried to do it twice, and he just recognized that he didn't really connect with the person that much. So he's just going to continue doing them in person. I totally get that. And so maybe that podcast didn't work, but the other podcast with the guy in Australia, he only does them on Zoom, and so that works really well for me. It's just a matter of time. I give the metaphor or the analogy. The Grand Canyon had to be formed at the start by one drop of water, and eventually one drop turned into two drops and three drops and four drops and five drops and six drops and seven drops, which eventually became a small stream, which eventually started to cut through the rock. And over years and years of erosion, basically water melting from the Rocky Mountains into the Colorado River. That stream became the Colorado River, and the Colorado River cut through the sedimentary rock. Now we have the Grand Canyon. And in the same way, if I just keep pushing on the internet little by little, keeping more and more content, more and more content, more and more content, we'll have our own river of content, basically a fountain of endless, or as close to endless content as anybody's ever created. And that'll be extremely exciting. You know how the internet works, and it's just going to take somebody to retweet something that I do that they find is interesting or whatever, and then a small group of people sees it and they start talking about it, and then they jump into the Discord and they all want to talk to me, and I'm doing my best to talk with them or whatever, and then then everybody knows about it. That's what's going to happen. I anticipate that. And I think it's sooner rather than later. This isn't when I first started, and it's just like, you know, 4 years ago, I didn't know anybody on the internet. I didn't have any friends in a Discord or anything like that. I think that we are moving closer and closer to hitting the diamond or so, the diamond mine. And then when that happens, that's when we're going to be able to get out these really great messages, be able to tour not just the United States, but the world, be able to invoke a lot of really interesting conversations. And at the heart of this, I'm about teaching and learning. And so we'll watch documentaries. Thousands of people watching documentaries because I'm watching it. They're going to watch it side by side. It'll be incredibly exciting for the world to have somebody. And what I'm different than any other streamer out there, any other influencer, anybody else you have out there, they say to themselves, I'm going to stream for 3 hours tonight, and then they're done. No, you will be done before I'm done. I don't stop. So you'll have to go to work, or you have to go to sleep, or you have to go to school, or whatever it is. I still go. That's an incredibly exciting opportunity for the world that we've never had. We've never had a streamer who just doesn't stop. Who we do have people live stream. I'm not putting that down. But you can watch my life in 360 degrees, and I have a huge amount of content that we can go back and watch as well. That's incredibly exciting.
Oh, it definitely is. And it's like you said earlier as well. You know, it's easy for people to just, think whether they're on their computer, they get home, they're bored at work, whatever they're doing. They can literally just think, oh, yeah, Rothschild or, that guy who streams, on everything all the time. They can just check up on what you're doing, send you a message, hop in for a minute, an hour, whatever they decide. And again, it's like you said, there's that level of consistency that nobody else can match because you're always going to be there for as long as you possibly can. And if you weren't there or you disappeared for a while, people would instantly know something's wrong, and there's probably a handful, or even one person, two, three, whatever, that will probably try to find out what actually happened and get in touch with you to make sure that to get you back on.
100%. We have the opportunity, especially when I'm able to inject. Like, I have a pretty good IRL setup, but the even since I've done IRL a lot, um, the setups have really improved with people who do IRL streaming. You basically get 4 SIM cards in a system, and it's like basically sending traffic back to like a production studio. What you see when iShow Speed goes to like Thailand or China or something like that, and we'll be able to get the best of the best equipment. Be able to have bodyguards if needed. I still want to meet people, but I'm sure we're gonna get people like the guy who was in here earlier, who just want to troll or whatever, and then spread the good vibes to everybody. And then, like you said, if I'm ever down for whatever reason, there will certainly be people who know about it. But then uh, they have enough content to go back and watch. Literally, like you could watch all of Mr. Beast's content if you took like I don't know 5 months. You'd watch everything. He'd have no more content. And with mine, it would literally take you an entire lifetime, 120 years probably, just on YouTube alone. That's an incredible amount of data. Uh, we're talking 24/7. You could, like of conscious data, even more than maybe like 160 years, maybe 200 years. Who knows what it's at now? Uh, that's really cool. I think it's really cool that this is like an oil derrick or a gold mine that once the world finds out about it, people are just going to go wild. And, so, with that said, when I talk to my other friends and they're living lives, but they're changing dirty diapers and they're dealing with bosses at work and all the other things, I don't mind not having to do that so much right now, though I would like to do that someday, certainly. uh, it's really exciting to me, and again, this is like a lottery ticket that if I it's not even a lottery ticket that might not ever hit. Well, that's true, it might not ever hit, but the more and more I do this, if somebody was like, "Hey, did you know that somebody's been live streaming for 35 years straight?" Like that make a big deal. It's not going to take that long. I'm closing it on 5 years, and I don't think it's going to be much longer than that. Especially with the strategy that I use, keep getting on people's podcasts, keep getting my name out there as much as possible. Um, Somebody's going to find out about it, and it's going to take over the world.
Oh yeah, and even word of mouth. Like the fact you're appearing practically everywhere. I mean, there's always going to be that point where people see you, or maybe ignore it a few times, and then your name comes up a few more times, and then they're just consciously going to think, "Who the heck is this guy? Why does he keep coming up? Who is he? Why are people talking about him?" And then probably out of curiosity, come here themselves, and do the same thing happened to me, and ask all these questions out of curiosity, and I find out you're actually the real deal, and you're actually a very social person who can articulate themselves well.
Thank you. And that's exactly what happened with Paul. Paul saw me in enough discords. He got curious. He told you about me. He came in here. He fell asleep or something happened to him. But that's how we met. Word of mouth. And that will continue. So spread the word. If you know any documentarians, just make them aware that we've got the biggest documentary in the world. If you were to ask me how do I want my life portrayed in media in the future, of course, I want all the compilations available for free, never behind a paywall, always available to the public. I don't want it. I would care less. I could care less if it's monetized. Like I'll be able to make money through other ways. But the big aspect, I think, probably somebody like Amazon or Netflix or Hulu or somebody's going to come to me and say, "We want to make a movie about you or a series about you, probably because you have so much data. How do you want it done?" And I would say, I want a series where each year of my life is like an episode or, like an hour long thing. I have that much content that we could be able to cover. And I think I would be of interest to enough people that that would be really exciting to them. So there may be some kind of series in the future, perhaps of like, you know, 40 episodes or whatever of my life, or perhaps as I get older, 50, 60 episodes. And I think that'd be a really cool way to do it. Like, you get to see my entire life within 1 year, and then perhaps really dramatic aspects of my life, whatever it may be, when I go viral or whatever, that might be its own episode in itself.
So once you go viral and get all those funds and sponsorships, would your I guess your end game or the dream kind of be to run those charitable organizations and actually get more hands on in order to influence other people as well?
So I think there's a way to convince the world. I really do. Like, I'll just convince you. You're a open-minded individual, and I could say, all right, these corporations have become so large. Apple's worth a trillion, 2, 3 trillion. Facebook's worth 2, 3 trillion, 2, 3 trillion. Nvidia, 3, 4 trillion. Microsoft, 2, 3 trillion. How much money is enough? And the people will say, I mean, there's really no amount. It just becomes relative. And I say, exactly. These are for profit organizations. And I want to convince them to be not for profit organizations. And the way that I want them to do that, and the very easy way that they could do that, is they could say, we bring in, let's say, $1 trillion in profit a year, whatever it is. That's just a number. If we give 51% of this to not for profit organizations, we ourselves become a not for profit organization. So we give back to whatever it may be, orphanages or food banks or children's hospitals, whatever it is. We get the label as a not for profit business, basically a charity, which gives us all kinds of different tax incentives and such. And on top of that, we get really great publicity. And we're no longer seen as these big corporate technocracy, corporatocracy entities. And I think I can convince at least some businesses, perhaps not those immediately, but even just some smaller businesses, and show them how we could do it uh, from a tax perspective, that it's in their own benefit to give away 51% of their profits so that they become a tax exempt, they have tax exempt status, and they pay no corporate taxes. A lot of them already pay very close to no corporate taxes anyway. But on top of that, the people who hear this will recognize that, hey, I could either do business with a quote unquote charity or a quote unquote capitalist organization that is basically going to enslave me and my children eventually if it gets big enough. Which one do you want? And I say to you, essentially, there's a strategy here to convince many of these organizations to do good in the world as opposed to just creating as much profit as possible. How does that sound to you?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good mindset to have, and I think it also relates back to how you said earlier that everything does always start right with an individual or a group of people, and even in parts of almost every parts of history when change happened. I mean, the group that manages to make change happen or spike the idea into people's minds, you're always gonna be in the minority to begin, right? And then that's where the perseverance to try to not necessarily get out of the minority, but in order to actually get recognized, so that the minority is at least equal footing, I think, with the others to bring more awareness.
Agreed. And at least from my own perspective, uh, all the money that we make in this, we're just going to put in a big uh, 501c3, basically a not for profit. It'll be a big trust. All of that money will grow because of interest. And will actually, if you recognize, if you get enough money in any entity, you can live off the interest, or the entity can continue off of the interest and still give away a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, I mean millions and billions and perhaps trillions of dollars. There are already giant funds out there, especially like I think Warren Buffett has given like 99% of his wealth to some of these organizations, though 60% I think was to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, without going down that road. But some of these mega corporations or mega charities, you can create one. And then basically, every single year, it gets bigger, but it does more good in the world. And here's what makes our charity different than all these other charities. Everything with our charity, from the parking lot to the biggest boardroom, is live streamed. They'll just always have live streams. And so you'll be able to literally hear what's going on. And I would also start a bank, more likely a credit union, because that can have more not-for-profit aspects, and everyone would want to join this because everything in our financial organization is streamed on camera. So you won't ever have backroom deals. There are no backrooms that are not live streamed. And every let me just ask you this: you can be a member of any bank or financial institution in the world. Wouldn't you want to be a part of the one that you can literally go on the internet and watch every single thing that it does?
Yeah, that is true.
It,
I mean, it removes every single doubt pretty much of the who's behind it. Are you afraid of exposure, the shadiness? It definitely gives you confidence in the people who are actually behind themselves. I mean, most of these big corporations, right? Who even knows like by heart, right? Who the presidents, the VPs, any of these people with the credit unions are? Because I mean, at the end of the day, they're not really in the public eye most of the time anyway. So you only really know if you go out of your way to know rather than them actually being involved, right, in just other people's daily lives.
exactly. So if you want to know who our president is of our bank, you just have to go into the YouTube channel that's whatever this bank's is president, and you can watch him in his office 8 hours a day if you want, or whatever it is. Um, you get what I'm saying? Like basically, every branch of every bank anywhere in the world will be live streamed. That's a guarantee that we'll make. I mean, we'll say that we'll have backup and redundant systems so that there's no shadiness. Everyone would want to bank at that bank. Everyone would. It's like it's like the best advantage that you could have on any of your competitions.
Oh, no, 100%. And I mean, especially when all these major corporations, they have clear disdain for the idea of morality or integrity, right? They'd sell out anybody or anything, to make a couple more bucks at the end of the day.
Exactly. And so I recognize that there's some advantages of just full candidness with the um, people, and our organizations would be no different. And there's going to be a point where, I mean, let's say this happens, then in my own way, I'll be the most famous person on earth and the most eligible bachelor on earth. And um, I eventually want to settle down and have a family, but before I do that, there are going to be some hot chicks on this stream. But in all honesty, I'd have to find a woman who recognized that I was passionate about live streaming my life and I wanted to live stream our family's life. However, we don't have to let those streams necessarily always be on. Perhaps in the bedroom, we could not, like there could be some areas of privacy if she wanted, or she may say, I don't want that live stream, but we could still record it for the benefit of future generations or our children's birth or whatever, or just our own home movies or whatever it would be. That aspect of a relationship would be important to me. But she will see that this is the biggest event in global history. It'd be like saying, I love you, but I don't want to continue the writing of the Bible or the writing of the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Sumerian scrolls or whatever it would be. Um, she's going to say, I found out about you because of your live streams. I want those to continue as long as your life does, God willing, as long as possible. And I'm going to be a part of that. So I think that's not too hard to convince someone of, especially when you recognize that if you know anything about the Edward Snowden leaks of 2012, he said that our phones are transmitting 24 hours a day to the National Security Agency, essentially, and that even when your camera is off, it still has backdoors to be on. We're already streaming ourselves anyway. I just recognize it and lean into it, and I'm going to use it to my advantage.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good mindset to have. And I mean, I think there's definitely, there's always someone for everyone, and I do believe there's definitely someone out there who I think find it intriguing as well, to actually have their lives, their general life, recorded or shared with the world. I mean, a lot of people kind of already do it as it is anyway, on live streaming on Twitch. Obviously not to your level, more selective. People like post, their lives on Instagram. They're definitely selective about what they show, so they try to look for the highlights. But I think there's definitely someone that find it appealing. to be in have the spotlight when they can.
Absolutely. So that's a little bit about me, more than a little bit. Any other questions that you have?
There are actually more questions I could ask, but it is actually getting late for me, so I am gonna head to bed and have to take my leave.
Absolutely. Come back whenever you want. You can ask those
Thank you,
questions.
and I did enjoy our conversation.
I did as well. You're very smart. I mean that. So anyone out there, please remember that I said Meepy's smart, because he is. You all hear it yourselves. And Meepy, when you come back, I might not remember you immediately. Just tell me that you like the Blues Brothers, and that'll stick out in my memory. Okay?
Hey, sounds good, man. You talk to a lot of people, so I fully understand, and I wish you the best of the night. And yeah, take care. And I'm sure I'll be back.
Excellent.
Because you were intriguing to talk to. I did enjoy our conversation.
Excellent. We're
But,
perhaps
have a good sleep.
you as well. We're perhaps on a mission from God. Take care.
Take care.
I'm so excited to write this shit.
You're unfucking believable. One of the most talented goddamn young bucks there are anywhere in the world, Tristan. It's incredible. You're another one of these. You're another one of the few comedians that translates online. Even though you're incredible on stage, you use the stage, you stop the stage. You're incredibly physical and colorful, and translates online as well. A very rare comedian to be able to do both. So you're amazing, Tristan. We absolutely love you. One of our favorites of all time. Happy birthday, buddy. Happy birthday, pal. I love you guys so much. Thanks for having me on here so many times. We love you. We love you forever. Tristan Bowling, we'll see you soon. Tristan is a comedian on Instagram. He's on TikTok too. And Tristan does comedy. He's such a hip soldier. He's on TikTok. So for all you kids on TikTok, he's also on Instagram. Tristan is a comedian. Keep that music going as I bring up the legend killer, the stone cold of Kill Tony, the Michael Jordan of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Michael Laird. Everybody, here he is. Hi, Michael. Hi, everybody. Hi. Hey, can you hear me? Yeah, you sound great. Everything's great. I said you look great. I know, I was moving them from ego. Like, so I love it. Do you know about the show so far? Yes, broke characters for it. I wish Cam Myers as the only other classically trained member of the ensemble. I feel a simpatico, but nevertheless, Tony, I don't want to take advantage of your listeners, but our season is eating my ass again, and I need to rehearse some sides. Yeah, actually, it's funny you mention that. I actually was emailed some sides from you, and if you want, we can run lines together. All right, cool. Thank you. Yeah, this first one is for the disabled youth. Absolutely. It's a new series called Dr. Silence Powers. Yeah. Okay. It says Tony. It says Tony plays a criminal. The criminal is definitely a white person. Okay, here we go. Okay, Dr. Silence Powers, give me your money. I said give me your money, Mr. Dr. Silence Powers. I don't want to have to shoot you, Dr. Silence Powers. Jeez, silence really is power. Take my gun. I'm out of here. Whoa, this is like take the condom off porn.
That was for the costume. I'm practically trained Tony,
Yes.
make sure you don't interrupt with Beetlejuice questions, alright?
So this next one says that this is a post audition for you. It is called Mike's Mechanics Microphone Mechanics. Mike Mechanics Microphone Mechanics.
I'm Mike Mechanic. I'm gonna Mike Mechanics microphone. Sometimes you choose it well. Sometimes your name chooses it for you. But when I get tired of fixing cars, now I do this. So come with me if you want to learn how to properly hold the microphone. Hey, Siri. Let me do it.
Uh-oh. Doing a donut. Whoa. Oh my goodness. What's that tattoo?
Alright, Tony, can we finish practicing one more on this?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do the last one's a commercial, right?
Yeah, it's a commercial.
Yep, absolutely. If you want to spend a lifetime in your home, but not a lifetime paying for it, bank with Capital Mortgage and $8 haircuts. Best rates, no down payments. No haircut, no low rates. Bald or cancer? Try our $8 pet cut.
You know what? One, you guys are genius of mine. I'm gonna search
Hey, you're the one that's mean. You said donuts and you made his stomach rumble.
Yeah, I do. Tony, you know, I was in national too. And even though I look like I'm in my 20s, I'm a lot older than you. And this is all gonna come and bite you in your ass.
5 minutes straight yesterday as I watched his new Beyond the Mat, the upcoming fight with Brian Keller.
Yeah.
It is an incredible piece put together by Brian Boone Kelleher, the fighter that was on a show recently, has a big fight coming up in May. And Michael Lair lives vicariously through him as a diehard fan and trains in his own way alongside of him. You got to look up this video on Michael Lair's YouTube. Everything Michael Lair is hilarious. This guy doesn't take breaks to get fucking serious or to tell you shit to watch or that he likes or anything. He's not like any of us. He doesn't take a fucking break from comedy for a goddamn second. This guy is.
I don't even comment anymore.
I was just going to ask you, do you have what's your favorite kind of porn? Like when you watch porn, you have like a.
Yeah, Brian and all the seriousness. After I got sick, I gave up over a year ago. But now I'm getting back into it because I'm like flourishing. And I'm like, porn made me sad because you can only imagine how much pussy I got before I was, I was done. And then I got watching porno, that will be my life ever again. But now maybe it will be. So my numbers, like my choices, alcohol beverages, change with age and location.
Oh, I love you so much, Michael Lair. You are a goddamn saint, and you are one of my favorite things to ever happen in the history of this show.
Oh, thank you so much. I took a ton of notes. Let's look at
Oh my god, that looks like Jeremiah's journal. Michael Lair, we love you so. You have something else?
You need to stop your good.
No. You have anything you want to say? We need like a scene.
My website is bomb right now.
Yeah.
MySoulTherapy.com. Everything I'm updating all the time with good videos and good merch. MySoulTherapy.com.
Every type of merch is there, and you edit all those videos yourself, correct?
Yeah, I'm on one of these.
Yeah, it really shows. I mean, when you guys, if you Kill Tony fans get a chance to, for example, watch that UFC video that he made, take note of the comedic timing and beats of the editing. It is incredible. I mean, this video genuinely made me laugh out loud for 5 minutes. It is very rare that that happens. I hate so much shit.
Let me give a shout out to the guy who did the voiceover.
Yeah.
It's Gregory Holland. And he played Principal Glassman on Strangers Where Candy.
Oh!
He's in Chicago and a wonderful man and a good guy. And he's like, yeah, I with this voiceover, brother. And he does it for me, and I love him.
Fuck yeah. It's incredible what he does because he has one of those voices that is almost exactly like the actual guy that does the voiceovers for the UFC on ESPN. And it's just an incredible production. Everything you do is amazing. We love you. There goes Michael Lair, everybody. The legend, Michael Lair. Is Steve Martian 69 on Twitter. Is Michael Lair Comedy on Instagram. He's michaellaircomedy.com for his website. Fun fact about the UFC while we're talking about it. Did you happen to watch this massive pay-per-view that
I
just
watched a
happened?
couple parts of it. It was
Did you watch the main event? Did you see the part where Rogan almost called Tony Ferguson
yeah, I saw that,
shit?
yeah.
Lots of fun. Almost got a shout out. I basically did. Tony Ferguson. Yeah. So this is the moment that a lot of people have been waiting an entire week for. We have been sent in a minute from the Manolo, who we talked to last week, and I guaranteed him a spot on the show this week because he said that he was able to get hookers in Tijuana, and I said if you can get a hooker to do a minute on the show next week, that I guarantee you a spot. So here we go. For the first time in Kill Tony history, it is a Mexican hooker. At least we hope so. Fingers crossed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the minute sent in by the Manolo. We've been waiting for this all my life. Oh, so this is him hunting for the Tijuana prostitute. Here it is. All right, here's the Manolo. Oh, please tell me that his internet's going to improve here. This is history. Here we go. Here we are. Here's the Manolo. Hello, the Manolo. How are you? How's it going there? You're still in Tijuana, correct? Oh, you got it. You know what? Let's wait a second. I'm not giving up on this. I believe that his internet will improve. Well, that gets better.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Hello, Manolo. All right, it's okay. It's okay. All right. It's okay. Whatever we do, let's not.
There we go.
Hello, Manolo.
Now you're saying
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
I'm here on location. I'm on location with two Mexican prostitutes.
Hey!
And she's the only prostitute in Mexico that speaks Spanish to another one. She's texting her mom. She'll be late.
Oh, turn the screen sideways, Manolo.
Wait,
Is your lock on? Turn your lock
yeah,
on.
it's on now. There we go.
Hey! Now that girl doesn't seem very Mexican at all. Is that a girl born in Texas that made it down to Tijuana? What's going on there?
No, I'm 100% Mexican. Even if I don't look like it.
You don't sound like it either. You got it. That's what we were hoping for. What better episode to be sponsored by Blue Chew? Use the promo code KILLTONY.
I go there a minute too.
I absolutely love it. Definitely. If she can read, let's do it.
She's the only one that speaks English. That's it. Right here.
That is incredible. I love it.
A minute from our friend Carol Baskin.
bitch to get off the common corner.
That's funny.
Good job.
Stop.
You there?
What?
Hold on. Chlamydia do.
Wait, I haven't had that shit, so let's ask her.
Hey.
How many feminists does it take to change a light bulb?
How many?
Trick question. They ain't changed shit.
Coming in powerful this.
That was great.
Dude, you're a fucking, that's hilarious. You're good at writing. I love it. Bikinis are allowed on this show. Absolutely. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Is this an in call or is this your phone?
Oh my goodness gracious. That other one in the back might be the laziest hooker I've ever seen in my life. Look at that one. All tits, no personality, huh?
And she sounds like coronavirus.
She has no idea what I'm saying right now, right?
She's like, look at these beautiful women. You guys like me, right? You guys like me?
Hola, stop.
Hola, señorita, la muchacha.
Hola.
Hola.
Chichi Gordo.
Yeah, see, that other one gets it. That other one's got spots at the ice house coming up.
Yeah, you guys ever want to go to the ice? Yo, Tony, they got mad because we were going to have sex, and I'm always used to wearing my socks, and they got mad because I'm always wearing like the gym. And I have sex with my socks, my ski mask, and why would I say a little pump?
It's alright. It was okay. It was a little bit choppy there. That's what went wrong. This is the only prostitute I've seen that gets her next job while on her current job.
Yeah, she's actually doing what is it, one of those, what do you call those, like, yeah, she's texting the dude right now.
Jesus
And this is
Christ.
what I found out, that the girls in the WWI center,
Yeah.
they charge just what, like, $20? In with them, get $35 if you want doggy style, okay, and another 20, and it comes even more expensive then.
Oh, it's like a Spirit Airlines hooker. They charge low and then they charge you for baggage and issues and everything. I love that. That one there is a flat rate and a flat chest. It's incredible.
You gotta take her to San Diego Comedy Store next time for that.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That one's got a spot.
You can't cross right now because of the, what's it called? Whatever they,
How do you speak such perfect English?
When I was young, I used to live in San Diego, even if I'm Mexican, because one of my parents did live there, so I just have time to be around people who actually did spoke a lot of English, and well, I have to learn it. And I live in Boulder, so I have to be better and I want to speak better and better.
and she wants to get those dollars. Here's the truth of teenage people. The really poor people, they only have like 3 channels on their TV when they grow up. This is before internet, right? If you're from the 80s or 90s, you only watch KPBS, fucking CBS, so it's Sesame Street. That's all you fucking see. That's why we know how to speak Spanish and English. You know?
Sesame Street is the only street these girls don't walk.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, nowadays, you have such a, I don't
Manolo, what's your plan for the rest of the night with these ladies?
This shit, watch them. Sounds fucking I'm tired. Yeah.
You gonna go jump on Saturday?
Hey, you know what? Great idea. It's been a while. Remember, you haven't even signed it.
Yeah,
you're there. Yeah, doctor works, whatever.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, I guess, with your job is you can pay for girls like that probably to come over and end up making more money by the end of the night if you go online yourself.
Well, I just paid them their fee. You know, I ain't doing shit.
Hey, make a profit. Oh, shit.
I like her. She's cool.
Yeah, she seems like a lot of fun.
Yeah, she is. She got she don't want to work no more. She was telling me. She told me a funny story. Yeah, but
I'm a professional woman.
Oh, yeah, she seems like the kind of girl that would marry you, take a life insurance policy out on you, and you're dead 2 days later. I've seen her on Jim Can't Swim on YouTube. She's on the Mexican version of Jim Can't Swim.
one cat is away.
Oh my god. Manolo, I will tell you. Yeah, go ahead.
When we were talking on the way over here, she told me that one time a neighbor of hers saw her in the corner. So she panicked, right? And she ran to him. She wanted to run away from him. So she ran to him and she told him, please don't tell my mom that he'll kill me if she finds out I'm working for court on this.
Manolo, I gotta tell you, man, a lot of people had high expectations for this, and you knocked it out of the fucking park. I cannot believe how great this was. This is the most legendary of all of your performances. And let me tell you something, anytime you want to do this, you just hit me up and you have the green light, man. This is an amazing segment called Meeting with Manolo for the first time ever.
Nice to meet you, ladies. Nice to meet you, ladies. Sit back there. You got one over here. I'm on the beach. You guys know I got my microphone.
I love it. And you made up for all the Mexican that we missed out on without having Joel here tonight.
Next week I'll interview from Kelly Peter.
Hey, I love it. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Meeting with Manolo. Perhaps a new perfect segment on Tony. Who knows? Fun? Yes. This is unbelievable. Perhaps you can get a chihuahua on next week's episode. We have another new segment that we added last week to the show called Bad Art from Fans. God, look at those fucking Mexican melons. Oh my god. She doesn't need to say anything. She doesn't have to speak English. She just comes around with those things. Okay, let's keep it going. This is a new segment called Bad Art from Kill Tony. This week was sent in by Batman Xenomorph on social media. This is Bad Art that was sent in by one of the fans. Let's see what we got here. Oh, it's a bread man on a postcard. It does look like Bert Kreischer. Come for the beaches, stay for the beefcakes. Greetings from California, red band postcard. That is real art right there. Batman Xenomorph.
How'd you get that receipt?
Honestly, I think that is Bert Kreischer.
Might be. So thank you for the bad art, but let's check out some good art, everybody.
By the way, art is drawing next time.
Yeah,
I think anybody knows how to use fucking Photoshop.
yeah, that's true. Bad drawings. Perhaps we should change the segment to instead of bad art, bad drawings. Bad draws. That's what we call it. It's where bad draws right now as well, without a live audience. Anyway, so let's check in with our great artist. We go to good art now with the great Ryan J. Ebel. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Incredible. Ryan J., how you doing over there? You're messing with us this time, right? Charlie from Vito's Pizza in there. Charlie, you made it to the drawing. You got Gino over there, am I correct? That is Gino. Go up a little bit here. And that is David Lucas, William Montgomery, Red Band. Incredible. That is mind-boggling.
You kind of look like the guy from Coco.
Yeah, I do. Brian J., what do you think about tonight's episode? What are some highlights from you?
Oh, well, I mean, probably the greatest highlight is that today would pretty much be my 5-year anniversary of drawing.
Wow, look at that. 5 years.
Yeah, weren't you supposed to come in? I thought you were supposed to come into the studio on that last one.
You can come anytime you want now, Ryan. We have opened up the floodgates for cast members.
Elon Musk said that okay.
Yeah. Anthony Fauci said we don't have to wear a mask anymore, so stop wearing masks like we have for months. Said that today.
Maybe I'll try next week.
Heck yeah, absolutely. There he is, Ryan J. Email. Everything's available at ryanjemail.com. Every print of the show, every road poster, everything. Jeremiah Watkins is here. Take it over, Jeremiah. Yes, Jeremiah wonders. He's on Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins. He needs you to know that. Jeremiah Wonders is his podcast. Do you plug your Venmo on your podcast?
Yes. That's Jeremiah-Watkins. At Jeremiah stand up on social media. Christina Hutchinson. It's my guest on Jeremiah Watkins this week. Thank you for having me.
We're always happy to have you, Jeremiah. There you go.
I can't read it when he's here.
Venmo and Jeremiah-Watkins. We got. Now we're gonna talk about your man name for a second. You're gonna keep doing that during her time too.
I get 5%.
I love it. I highly doubt that, but I love it. Jesse Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from Betterbox Studios for another episode of Kill Tony. Here's Hey, what's up? Another fun episode of Kill Tony. We are here, exciting stuff. And how you doing, Brad?
Great.
Right.
Looks like we both grilled out this week.
Yes,
Yeah, a cool grill, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I'm a smoker for the first time in my life. Got my brand new Traeger grill. Traeger, Traeger. And it is unbelievable. Started off with a steak on Saturday and smoked some Joe Rogan elk sausages yesterday.
Yeah, isn't that delicious?
Unbelievable. The difference in flavor is incredible. I now see what, I made friends with some of Joe's friends from touring with them, and his hunting buddies will come out to show sometimes. Really cool. Go to dinner afterwards, drinks, smoke, blah, 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 blah. And I've always wondered what their obsession with the Traeger grill is, and F-bomb. If that just isn't a whole different type of flavor when you cook it yourself. And I smelled like the smoke, like I was like fucking, in the shower last night, and I could like smell the smoke on me, and I fucking loved it. And I smelled it the night before too, and I'm like, oh, this is like cool. It's like the type of smell that I like. Which reminds me, there's a brand new Pinch Me I'm Dreaming candles available at damngoodco.com. You can get the official candle with Kill Tony with the little eucalyptus spa-like adventure for your nose. The great Ryan G. Ebelt is back in studio, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time since I believe the Ice House. Yeah, this is your first time drawing at Kill Tony in a non-comedy club or theater or arena or football stadium. This is your first in studio. You got a camera on Ryan G by any chance? Oh, beautiful. There he is. The real deal Ryan G.
He's got his hair up.
You look good, dude. Where'd you get the new drawing board from?
It's amazing, boy. It's LV. We just nice custom drawing board.
That is awesome. He has started drawing tonight's episode. Of course, as always, we're going to check in with him at the end of tonight's episode. That's Charlie next to him. Can I get Charlie and Gino? Let's get everybody in this motherfucker. We got Charlie from the Great Vito's Pizza in studio. He's been in studio with us the whole quarantine, keeping us fed at the Comedy Store, at the Ice House, and at all the Better Box shows. And a Better Box isn't a Better Box without the great Gino back there from Speedweed. And some amazing products over at speedweed.com. A true top-notch comedy connoisseur Gino supports a lot of the best shows, a lot of the best podcasts. A lot of them are done here at Better Box. It's also sponsored a lot of great live shows out of the Comedy
sticky icky.
It's not like he's a thief or a wide receiver in the NFL from all the weed. Shows coming up, supposedly. Pretty excited about this. People have started to dabble in the live comedy space over this weekend in places like Salt Lake City and Texas. And we're going to both of those places coming up. It starts off in Miami, July 31st. August 1st, I do stand-up in Miami, but there's a Kill Tony supposedly on September 31st. Those are the rescheduled Miami shows when this whole quarantine started. Another set of rescheduled shows is 2 Kill Tonys in Boston, August 13th and 4 Tony Hinchcliffe headline stand-up shows on the 14th and 15th. Also, we're going back to the Secret Group on August 20th for 4 Kill Tonys, August 20th and 21st, 2 nights, 2 Kill Tonys each night. And the week after that, we go back to Texas. We go to beautiful Dallas, Texas for Kill Tony or 2 there, and then stand-up shows in Fort Worth. I love that club. One of my
Just moved to Texas. You should just
I know, a lot of people have been saying that. I love Texas. I've always said that it's one of the few states I would move to. Buy a fucking shotgun, some hillbilly shit, start chasing down fucking joggers in the neighborhood. Salt Lake City, September 11th, 9/11, SLC, Utah, Wise Guys. That's exciting. Moon Tower, September 17th. Toronto just got added this week. It'll be Elizabeth Theatre. JFL Toronto, it's 9/29. October 13th is Templar Brewing Company in Bakersfield as we head north the week of Kill Tony Mania. So that is officially a Road to Kill Tony Mania show. The 13th in Bakersfield, the 14th in Sacramento, the 15th in Sacramento, the 16th, 2 shows in San Francisco, the 17th, 2 shows in San Francisco, and the 18th, 1 show in San Francisco. Monday to Monday, that's 10 Kill Tonys in 1 week at the end of October. And October 30th and 31st, it looks like we're going to be in Tacoma, Washington. And D.C. in November. Washington, D.C., the capital of the greatest country on the planet, undisputed, undefeated, all time in wars, unless you count Vietnam, the United States of America. The greatest country on the planet, 4 months ago, had its best economy of all time. And nobody wanted to talk about it, except for me, sometimes sporadically on the show. Now look at us, a bunch of peasants. You're welcome, Mr. President. And, you know, that reminds me, people are home, they're losing their minds, they're all quarantined up, they're letting their pubes get out of control, right? Pubes are crazy right now, and nobody's talking about it. Pubes are out of control. Support for Kill Tony is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below-the-belt grooming. Manscaped offers precision engineering tools for your family jewels. They obsess over their technology developments to provide you the best tools for your grooming experience. Yeah, I tend to keep things trimmed up down there. I'm a little hairy boy below the
do you go straight smooth, or do you put a little mustache in there?
I treat it a lot like I treat my own facial hair. I trim the sides down and see how long I can get it in the middle. You've heard of a happy trail? I have the Oregon Trail. You can get diphtheria from. All right. Manscaped has redesigned the electric trimmer. The Manscaped engineering team spent 18 months perfecting the greatest ball hair trimmer ever created and just released the new improved Lawnmower 3.0.
I can't believe that. I gotta try this out. The 3rd generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce manscaping accidents. Millions of balls are about to be nick-free thanks to Manscaped's advanced skin-safe technology. Manscaping accidents are finally a thing of the past. When I tell you this is a premium, I mean premium. The battery will last up to 90 minutes, so you can really spend some time down there. So you don't have to hurry up and just shave and wait for the battery to die. No, you got 90 minutes. This is water-resistant technology also, so it lets you do it in the shower, which is great. Way better cleaner. One of the coolest features is the LED light, which illuminates the grooming areas for a closer and more precise trimming. They also upgraded to a 7,000 RPM motor. Oh my gosh, with quiet stroke. I love that technology.
That's right. No stroke is better than their quiet stroke. It's the only kind of stroke people can get away with. Grandma upstairs. And let's not forget about the charging stand. Show off your mower loud and proud because this intelligent intelligently designed stand is a convenient charging dock powered by a USB. If you are listening to me speak right now, I want you to experience it firsthand for yourself. Trim that junk of yours. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. Your balls will thank you. We've all had a nick on our balls. I've had a nick, a Jimmy, a Bobby.
I blamed it on herpes when I nicked myself once.
Whoa! Funny thing is that's probably true. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use the code KILLTONY. And now that you have fresh shaved, clean balls, a clean shaft, maybe even the spot between your balls and your butthole, your gauge is trimmed, why not take care of the outside of all that with Sheath underwear? Sheath is the reason why today's episode is happening. It's brought to you by Sheath Underwear. They use moisture wicking technology to create underwear that keeps everything breathable and incredibly comfortable for you downstairs. Sheath's smart underwear come in a number of different styles, including a brief with a dual pouch that make your balls feel like they're floating on clouds while you work out or just walking around somewhere hot. It's like an inverted kangaroo pouch for your Joey that keeps your junk from sticking to your legs.
Yeah, Sheath underwear is created by a soldier while serving in Iraq, where you can imagine balls tend to get very hot. He developed the prototype in Iraq and raised money on Kickstarter to launch Sheath. And now they're right here supporting our show. Please support our sponsors because our sponsors keep this show going. Support Sheath and they'll support you where it counts, downstairs. Bottom line, Sheath creates an amazing underwear, and if you don't love them, they have a 100% money back guarantee for your first pair. And I think you're gonna love them. We got some, and I've been using them. I didn't understand.
Wearing it right now. Look at that. Oh, Jesus, giving yourself a front wedgie, Brian. That's good. Look, they don't break. They don't break. You can't break your Sheath.
But honestly, I didn't understand it. But once you put your babies in that little second pocket, oh my God, you don't understand how sweaty those things get and how swampy they get. Now they're dry as a whistle.
Yep. Okay. Absolutely. And I'll be honest with you, when I first got them, I didn't read the instructions because they come with a little instruction thing. And I'm like, who the fuck needs instructions for underwear? So I didn't even know that there was anything special about them. I wore them just normal for the first few days. And then someone told me, dude, those are Sheath underwear. They have a separator. And I'm like, all right. But I thought they were just great underwear. So even if you don't like, for some reason, keeping your balls separated, you know, and then you can also have your shafts separated. It's a three-pronged adventure here. And in what better time than the summertime? Keep your balls unstuck from your legs. This is absolutely true. If you have a super tiny ball sack, I guess you don't really have to worry. But if you have balls, then you should totally buy a pair of these underwear and then separate them. Kiss your balls goodbye with Sheath underwear. They have an amazing line of underwear for women too. So get your new favorite pair of underwear by going to sheathunderwear.com. Use the code TONY for 20% off your order. They ship anywhere in the world. Once more, that's sheathunderwear.com. Use the code TONY for 20% off.
Yeah, for women, if you have an extended leg, yes, it could be a little.
Yeah, I guess so. You can perhaps put a strap-on dildo in another area so that it's not stuck to your leg. Lesbians are wild.
I love our sponsors, by the way. Like, these are actually products that, are great. And
we love our sponsors. Absolutely. We're happy with our sponsors. Most shows, especially comedy shows, podcasts, they don't freaking pick their sponsors. They don't always love that stuff. But my Manscaped, this is for the 3.0. I had the 2.0. It's still pumping just great. And the Sheath underwear is just a game changer for me. They're absolutely my favorites. And,
I don't think I can go back to normal underwear. I need my balls separated.
And you know what? And again, I'm not kidding, and I'm not saying this just because they're a sponsor. But, once these Sheath underwear got into my rotation a couple weeks ago, they went through, obviously, one laundering already. And then, so now, sometimes there'll be regular underwear there on the stack, and I'm like, nope, I'm going to the Sheath. I'm going to say, I don't even know what, I don't want to know. Those are my new regular underwear or my new backup underwear. You got to keep separated. Kiss your balls goodbye. It's the same water you used to brush your teeth. I don't know why I love that line so much. Kiss your balls goodbye. Everybody, why is that so funny? Alright, so there's a band on the show. We all know this. You know them, you love them. They are two of my favorite heroes in all of comedy. They're absolutely great. We have so much fun every single week. The great Joel Jimenez is still out of service this week, unfortunately. I believe he might be back next week. But tonight, two of the best in the world, the band leader and the queen bee of the Kiltony band. They're going to be in character. We don't know what they're going to be. Took them about 8 minutes to get ready backstage tonight. So let's all find out what they are this week. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you the best named band in the land. It's the Kiltony band. Jeremiah Watkins and Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Whoa! Hey! I love it! Yes! Without a doubt! One of the great presidents of all time, the great Donald J. Trump, Mr. President, and I am so excited as a fellow Italian to be here with the great Dr. Anthony Fauci is joining us. How are you, Dr. Fauci? Hey, that's us. And the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. How are you, my friend?
Doing quite fantastic, Tony. Really good to be here. I've been doing this thing called hydroxychloroquine lately. It's really good. A lot of people are knocking it. A lot of frontline workers are actually taking it. A lot of people out there. I don't see the harm in it, really. I think you should try it sometime.
I agree. This might be, that's one of the more, that is definitely the most wild thing. Out of all the things, if you're wondering, I thought to myself today, wow, I'm able to defend almost everything Donald Trump's ever said in a great way. Like, oh, they just took this out of context, they took that out of context, everybody, they take this little sliver. But to be honest with you, Mr. President, today was the full time. I'm literally like, what the fuck is he thinking? Like, this one, I mean, totally, even a week ago, they went absolutely berserk when you said that they should come up with something that cleans the inside. Everything you were saying.
Yes, like bleach. Good stuff. Good quality American products.
Yes, you were suggesting that maybe they look at that in front of the cameras. You were making it look like you were helping with the idea. That I understood completely. But saying that you're taking an anti-malaria, anti-lupus drug that they only give to people that have already been diagnosed with COVID for the last week and a half.
Listen, Tony, this drug has been around for over 40 years. You can trust it. Okay, it's good stuff.
But it's only given to people that are seriously.
Listen, the way I look at these drugs is like, why not take them if you have them at your disposal?
Are there other drugs that you're on?
Xanax, Clorox, sometimes I take Benadryl just in case I'm going to suffer.
Dr. Fauci, you are an actual doctor. You have studied drugs for almost half a century. What do you think about the president taking hydroxychloroquine without being diagnosed?
I'm on hydroxychloroquine, all of them. All of the hydroxys, big fan, pick the bull.
Listen, I try. I tell them all the time. I say, you don't want to take the hydrox, and then I told him right before the show, he pushed me in the mud. That's why my coat's so wrinkly.
That's what happens when you get pushed in mud. It makes your white jacket wrinkle up.
White mud is the only kind of good mud out there. Can I just say that? Is it too much for me to say? I'm sorry. I just like it. I'm speaking
we're going to have fun tonight.
I knew somebody that actually has lupus, and they have to take that medicine, to like live and sit.
Werewolf is
getting it now.
Who do you know that has lupus?
This girl I went to high school with.
Oh, shit. Well, let's just jump right into it. Joining us right now, live via the feed, the one and only Joel Jimenez. Joel, how are you?
Oh, shit. What's up, fucking idiot?
Whoa.
He's one of the good ones, can I just say?
Oh, my goodness, dude. You're drinking bleach again, Joel?
Yeah, you gotta keep yourself, you gotta keep this coronavirus away from you, So drinking, doing it all, hydroxy shit, all of that. When Jessie said she found her mud, I thought she meant she tripped and fell into Brian's underwear.
shirt you have on.
Yeah, that is the official logo of Sheath, who actually is sponsoring tonight's episode. That's unbelievable that you have that T-shirt on.
Also, as
It is really incredible.
As the Dr. Fauci here, I've never seen a virus as strong as what's in Redman's underpants.
You should taste it.
Have you been? Oh, Jesus Christ!
I'm 80 years old. Almost. I want to make it to 80.
Joel, have you tried your Sheath underwear? Have they kissed your balls goodbye?
Actually, yeah, it's amazing. I love it. You know, I feel like I developed a lap battle in Iraq, and I've been in a few battles myself, if you know anything about me, and I feel like these underwear are really going to take the drum battles to the next level.
Yeah, definitely. I like that. So what else is going on? You weren't here this week. You weren't here last week. Explain yourself to the fans of the show, Joel.
You know, I'm just trying to keep myself quarantined for 2 weeks. Wanted to see my parents. I did take a COVID test just to make sure I was good. Turns out I'm negative.
Yeah.
So, you know, I dodged that.
Indeed. Hell yeah. So, how's your girlfriend?
Brian hates this. Look at him. He's fucking.
Alright, how's your girlfriend, Joel?
Oh, she's doing good. You know, we're just chilling. And fucking just hanging out. Drinking a lot of coffee.
Nitro, caveman coffee. That's great.
Shout out to those guys there.
What ethnicity is your girlfriend again? She's Mexican too?
She's also Mexican.
Multiplying, this is a big problem.
I agree, President Trump. Do you guys have protected sex or unprotected sex?
Protected. I'm not trying to be another statistic.
That's very good.
Thank you, sweet Jesus, for answering my prayers.
Tony, did I hear you say that we have a show on 9/11?
Yes.
Wow, as if the flights weren't cheap enough from COVID. We had to book a COVID flight on 9/11. If that gives you any sort of idea of the budget.
It's $11 per flight. I'm bringing everybody. I'm bringing Gage. I'm bringing Anthony. It's going to be great. By the way, Gage T Arena and Anthony are on social media at Gage T Arena and at _strange taste _ without the first underscore, only the last underscore. Strange taste underscore.
I saw Charlie from Vito's shirt. I didn't know he worked at Vito's and also Trader Joe's.
Whoa.
There's a lot less dog porn this week than I was hoping for.
Well, we're just getting started here. Don't count those dog porns out just yet.
Also, I would love to get a manscape. I would love to get, you know, pretty risque. And this shit tight. You know, it's like I'm just, you know, a manscape would just really help me to stay clean and proper these next sort of like drum battles that I have, you know. Manscape 3.0, I think.
That is the full-size sheath bodysuit, for those of you wondering. Kiss your friends goodbye with the new sheath bodysuit.
I didn't think that this could be more terrifying than having an audience, but it turns out it's way scarier without a live audience. And Joel is just literally a cam girl right now.
He probably has that dildo at home. You know he does.
We are your only fans, folks.
Well, that's okay. You gotta start somewhere, you know.
I love it. So, what are you gonna do if your girlfriend or roommate walks in right now? Play it off like on a podcast?
Do you think that'd be the first time that they caught me wearing this? I actually closed up for you guys. I've been walking around in this for the last 2 weeks.
Wow.
If the suspenders on you look like a foreign exchange, it's true.
Yeah, no, it is true. He looks like if Louis J. Gomez was paralyzed from the hair short.
Louis J. Gomez?
This Gomez.
I can't believe I keep the quarantine into effect for a few more months.
Dr. Fauci. Joel, we need you back in studio. Will you come back on Monday?
For sure, yeah, that's why I wanted to call in and let all the fans know I'll be back next Monday. I miss you
Give
guys
me
so
an
much.
argument
It's fucking,
that
it's brutal, man. It's really strange times right now, man.
use
It's
of
fucking
a foreign
weird. I can't
club
wait to
does
get
not
back.
change things
There you
functionally.
go, Joelberg with the news
that from
Plus, things are weird. It's strange right now.
a real state, quantum physics state that nothing really touches. And also, the use of a computer is not guaranteed. Like, you can maybe have the intent, but the cursor may not move, or the button may not move. These things cause issues. So you don't know for certain that you're going to make the change.
I feel like he's gonna hate what he did on tonight's show, but it was great. We're just getting it started. I feel like he's gonna judge himself all night. Yeah. You guys don't know Joel as well as we do, but that's what he tends to do. Love that little Pink Floyd, Mr. President. You know all the great ones.
Listen, I know your favorite question. I know your favorite music, Tony. Tonight is all about you, my friend.
Wow, what a special episode. Hey, look, Joel. Things that I like. That is so cool, Mr. President. Thank you. I just want to let you know that I have a lot of cool artwork. I actually have the LA Times of you winning the presidency. And my friend Pete.
Well, there's going to be 4 more years of articles. Get ready.
Let's keep it moving here. We have our first stranger of the night submission. Watch a minute of his supposed comedy these people send in. Sometimes it's hilarious, sometimes it's just depressing. We sort of analyze what they wrote and find out more about their lives. Your first comedian tonight goes by the name of Josh Jones. Here he is. Here's Josh. Josh Jones.
Sometimes the truth does get through. For instance, I tried to guys testimonies. Yeah, and that was nuts. It was not one but 2 real men that came into the shop. They got 3 friends with them to watch. All dudes. Doesn't sound weird yet, but just know the second I got started on it, on Spotify popped on the soundtrack to Rent. Oh, I was baffled. I know how hard it is to be professional.
Wait, before you do that, let's talk about the stuff not working. Maybe you may think that the odds of the stuff failing is small, but in combination it is not. If you think about on the internet, there's packet loss, and you think on keys that, like, sometimes you have to re-click stuff, or even just the moving of a mouse on a cursor is not exact. You have to move it back around sometimes. Everything is not perfect. Additionally, if you're just searching the internet, you don't know what you're looking for, so there isn't a real function that you're completing. Maybe you're searching the internet, but it's not like you are completing code for work that you know is completely done. You're just doing so without a real intent.
That would be a great time to use sheath underwear. You can keep the shaft in another compartment so you don't have to hold it the whole time and just let the balls hang out of chamber number 2 in the old auger or whatever we would call it. And so here you are. Hi, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. How are you guys?
Fucking great, dude. Where are you at?
I'm in Olympia, Washington.
Oh, shit. Hell yeah, dude. How far is that from Ephrata?
I don't know where the fuck that is, man.
Yeah. That's in the middle of, sort of middle of nowhere in Washington, right from Navy Western from there. Anyway.
I just moved up here like 5 months ago. Sorry.
Where? Portland?
No, I'm from Arizona.
Oh, okay. All right. Hell yeah. What made you move up there?
Have you been to Arizona?
Yeah. I like deserts and warm weather.
I guess honestly, I just lived up there way too long. Or but yeah.
Well, that's cool. So you just picked Olympia out of nowhere.
Well, it's capital. Fuck it.
And it is, isn't it? Oh, it's one of those weird capitals.
This guy's smart. Would you love position in my office?
Uh-oh. You can join the president's cabinet. So,
Maybe.
Josh, how long you been doing tattoos for?
I've been doing that for about 6 years professionally.
Wow. What was the tattoo that the guy got on his balls?
It was a
But
tiny
add some
little
more
black
as well.
heart.
Oh my god.
There's an argument of a palace of Shabbat,
That sounds horrible. Was that the
or
was that
palace
like a
in time.
neck or something like that?
No, it was, I actually did 2 of those tattoos the same day, and it was like a friends group kind of tattoo.
I
And
make the argument that
there was 3
Shabbat
things
is
they
supposed to
brought
be a
to
palace in
watch.
time,
This whole
and this
thing
could
came out,
override
they
the
were
spirit
dudes,
of
and they
Shabbat.
already had the
There's a
little
direct
black
conflict
heart
between the
tattooed on
spirit
their
of Shabbat
sack,
and the
so it
palace in
was,
time.
I don't know if it was a frat party or what, but
The palace in time,
it was odd.
It sounds
I mean, I did work close to ASU.
Yeah.
might overtake everything.
The other
And
2
who's to say
had
that
hearts already on their balls. Did they
this
put on
isn't
their
in line with
balls
the spirit of
and tie
Shabbat?
them up, or
That you're still following the Melacha, at least
I took their
borderline,
word for it.
and
Dr. Fauci
if
used
you're
to have
searching
some
the
medical concerns
internet
here sometime.
actually, I think it sounds
and you don't have a
Wow.
direct end result,
we could go with
then
Dr. Fauci is inviting you, Mr. President, to get
there
tattoos
isn't
together on
really
your
a
balls.
full function. Like
Listen, maybe if it's a proper line, that way I can
starting a fire on Shabbat, you gotta get the wood, and you gotta light the match, and then you light the wood, and it's completely over when the fire is done. That's full function. But with a computer, it's almost limitless. There's no end result. Maybe you send a text message, maybe you surf the internet, but it's still incomplete. You didn't have every single conversation ever with that text message, or you didn't play every single game in the world. There's still some incompleteness. It's almost like an argument that you can't complete anything using a computer because there's so much to do. So every single action on a computer is incomplete. I think this makes
Some
sense.
tattoo artists, they shut us down up here in Washington. I am working like 6 weeks.
Is anybody trying to get black market tattoos at all? Is it like haircuts?
Yeah, they're trying, but I mean, get this, in Arizona, you don't have to pay for a license to tattoo. Up here you do. So I moved, I have to pay for a license to do my job for the first time ever, and then I can't do it, and if I do it underground, they'll fucking take it.
Wow. Have you had any social life at all? What have you been doing to stay busy without working?
I've mainly been shit posting on Facebook.
Okay.
Do you tattoo yourself
Yeah,
ever? Like,
yeah,
can I see some of your tattoos that you've done? Do you have any?
sure.
Okay, we go. Here comes the black heart on the testicle.
That was me all along. How about Tony Hinchcliffe?
Who is that?
It's James Franco from
That's
Bob Marley.
Who? Oh yeah, that does look like Chris Farley. I see it. Absolutely.
Somebody once said it looked like Obama, so. There you got the blackboard down. Actually, I do have one that's easy to show that I did on myself in the thing.
That's oh yeah, absolutely. That's David Lucas's haircut.
that's black market haircut.
I love it. Josh, do you have any other hobbies or things that you like to do other than posting on Facebook and giving tattoos? Anything else interesting about you?
Yeah, I juggle, spin coin, which is like weird shit that fire on strings kind of stuff.
Oh wow.
Symbols and other, yeah.
Can you do some quick
No, I'm
juggling
saying the
for us?
palace in time is actually an argument for the use of electronics.
Yeah, sure.
A king
Sweet. Fuck yeah, we love
is free to
juggling.
use
Works a
anything
lot
within
better
their
live
palace.
in front of a live audience, but who gives a shit?
And
It's been months since I've seen somebody juggle.
whether that means
I'll tell
a
you what's not
ball,
juggling my balls anymore.
or
because they're in sheath underwear, a special compartment.
they want to eat something
I was thinking I need those
or whatever,
pants because I do be getting
if
swamp
they want to
balls.
search the internet, they should be able to do so. This isn't public.
There's a hole in the back.
Even if they were live streaming on camera, that's not public. That's different than going outside and live streaming. And even that, there's an argument to be made you could be able to do that.
I'm gonna try and juggle my two hips and my
Because you're not
shoes.
working, you're not getting paid to do that.
I love this idea. Oh, you kissed your balls goodbye. Okay, go ahead. Yep, pretty much. All right, that was great. There goes Josh Jones. I love it, Josh. There he goes, Josh Jones. Everybody, he's a Josh Jones. I love it. I love that he's talking about stuff that he can talk about. He's a tattoo artist. I was a tattoo artist that sort of like stand-up. I'd be doing that. I'd be stretching out all that material. I think of all the silly tattoos that I've had to get. Imagine a tattoo convention where you perform or something like that.
Change the argument. I think you can live stream in public if you're not getting paid for it, and people know that you're not getting paid for it.
Lately I've been thinking about getting
And
a face
that should be
tattoo
okay.
right underneath my eye. Grab something that just says faggot or something like that. Something that I've been thinking of, real self-deprecation. No, not a tattoo. No, not really.
Maybe get a picture of me and your back on the drumstick.
Hey, I like that. Yes, I like that. Might do that. So yeah, let's just keep. How about you? You have tattoos, right?
I just have one. I wish I didn't have.
I've seen them. I wish you didn't have any. Ryan J, you have any tattoos? No. Jeremiah, do you think he's the eternal love of Jesus? Wrapped around his body.
Jesse has angel wings written.
Yeah, what do you have? I can tell you one tattoo you got on like your 18th birthday or something. Like a butterfly on your butthole.
I've been talking about getting the coronavirus tattoo. But it's from my left nipple.
I forgot it was Dr. Fauci. Okay, let's keep it moving along. This is only our second stranger of the night, and it is Alexis Chainsaw Massacre. Here we go.
Cause at least I know I'm free.
Alexis Chainsaw Massacre.
Hey guys, so my husband and I are kind of on the outs during this whole self-quarantine business. I guess it all started when we went to the food bank a couple weeks ago, and I started hauling myself off for some food. He got really pissed off. He's like, "That's not fucking necessary. The food's free." But I knew I was gonna have to do a little bit more to get that can of spaghetti. But he kicked us out. Came home empty-handed. The other thing I'm doing to piss him off is using his frozen corn dogs as dildos. Which, I'm like, you know what, dude? I'm gonna cut the fucking middleman by not having to use an air fryer. Fucking welcome. You know what? I don't need it. Fuck. You know why? I got two big opportunities. I got a full athletic scholarship at the University of Phoenix. When Hollywood opens up, I'm gonna be Kathy Bates' studio.
Everybody stop what you're doing. Zoot's here.
What's the best?
Are you going to speak English?
Yeah, Rabbi.
What up, pimp? Dude, you don't even know what you're going to say. You're just talking literally and then trying to think of something to say. I'm here. What do you want?
What's the best planet to live on besides Earth?
Does it have to be a planet or can it be a planetoid?
It's a planetoid.
Planetoid, I believe, is a more all-encompassing argument for like a moon, an asteroid, or a planet. But let's look it up.
Yeah.
That's a good
Let's
point.
go with that.
Hold on, though. I want to make sure I've got that correct. Hold on.
Have you?
What is a planetoid?
Let's go planet. Let's just go planet.
An asteroid of any size, an asteroid-like body of an orbit beyond the asteroid belt, a larger planetary body in orbit around the sun, such as Vesta or dwarf planets. So it's like a minor planet. Okay, so
What's the best planet?
well, can you terraform it?
Yeah.
Okay. There's an argument to be made. Venus is the same size, almost exactly as Earth. And so
Learn how to rule.
yeah,
Too hot.
you said you could
burn straight to death.
dog, stop. I know all of this. You wouldn't burn.
I know.
You would be destroyed by the atmosphere. The atmosphere of Venus, I believe, is the most dense of all. Hold on. What's the thing about Venus? Isn't it the hottest planet or something? Or it's the most dense atmosphere or something?
Where do you think the safest planet is?
It's the hottest planet in the solar system. So you're correct. But it also has the most dense atmosphere, so I'm correct. Okay, so what did you say, Zoo?
Where do you think? What do you think that planet is?
Well, you said it could be a planetoid. Perhaps Europa. It has perhaps.
What's that?
It is a moon of Saturn, I believe, and it has liquid oceans beneath a frozen crust, apparently, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think any planets outside Earth and Mars are good in the solar system. And I don't think Mars is a good planet to live in.
Okay.
I think Mars would be a terrible planet to live in.
Okay.
You would have to literally destroy Mars to make it livable. You'd have to cause global warming to make it livable. You would have to melt the ice cap. Yeah, there are planets outside the solar system. What about planets outside the solar system?
I'm not really too familiar with many planets outside the solar system, so I can't really comment.
Sorry.
I'm not familiar with too many planets outside the solar system, so I can't really comment.
Will we ever live to see? Will we ever live to see life on other planets?
Yeah, I think so. All right, dude, let's just get down to brass tacks. You want to fucking play? I'll play. And I mean, like, I'm like a hooker you come to. I don't want to fucking make small talk. Let's just get down to brass tacks. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna beat you in one game of carom. I'm gonna beat you in 3 games of pool. I'm gonna beat you in dice party, and then you're gonna go about your day. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Why are there so many planets that we have access to now?
It's a good question. I mean, usually distance or inhospitable conditions.
Yeah, but like, what the fuck? I don't know. I don't know how the fucking universe is fucking designed. It's a shitty design.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what you want me to do about it.
What would make Earth a better planet?
If you were happy on it,
How do you make someone happy?
raise their serotonin levels.
That, so just give everyone MDMA and
May not be a bad idea.
already wrapped up.
What'd you say?
So that's a good idea. Give everyone in the world MDMA.
Thanks, big man. Dude, I see a really big one that you're missing. Oh,
Fuck off. I would argue that giving everyone MDMA is probably better for mental health than giving everyone
yeah, I can think so.
What do you say?
Perhaps. Oh, look at this. I just got 2 in, dude.
You gotta bet me a count. Because I'm not even trying.
Dog, look at that shot. That was sick as fuck. Dog, I've never played this well in my life. But if I miss, there's a very good chance you could win. Like, it's pretty easy for you to just sweep. Oh, Zoot. Oh, no way. Zoot, that was so big for you. You could make the easiest comeback. You just. Oh, you fucked up, though.
Fuck. The good news is that is out of points. Okay, Robo, this is the easiest shot in the world. You agree?
No.
Yeah, this is easy. Break that shot out of 10. Break the shot out of 10, please.
Thank you. You just put mine in.
That's a 7. Oh, I'm not open. 0.
It's over, baby.
When did you get a red disc?
Oh, I got it really early. Alright, so I beat you once in that. Now, no trick shot. Trick shots, like, what do you want to play for pool?
Trick shot?
Okay, 9 ball.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I suck at it. This is going to be the most doggy shit shot you've ever seen. Brother, you didn't ask me who was there Wednesday.
If it was what?
You didn't ask me who went to this open mic, not open mic, but went to the comedy club on Wednesday night.
Who went to the comedy club Wednesday night? Did
Steven,
was Chelsea there?
no,
What's she doing? She going on a world tour?
she will be there in 2 weeks.
All right.
Chelsea will be there in 2 weeks. But Earl was there. I was there. Henry Wilson was there.
Are you proud of that shot?
So, Bill Egan was meant to be there, but he's getting the feature act, but he couldn't come, so he had to do his feature act. So Henry Egan, sorry, Henry Wilson called Bill up, and Bill spoke on the phone doing Henry Wilson read off his set.
Dog, that was an amazing shot. Was it funny?
Yeah, he made Henry say that he doesn't like Pakistani people. He's only met one guy from Pakistan, mate. He said the rest of the Pakistani people might be cool, but he didn't like that Pakistani guy.
Okay. Oh, what a shot. Dude, did you see that shot? Zoot, you didn't even see my shot. No, you didn't.
No, Rabbi, I think you're the only Jewish person I've ever spoken to.
Okay. Where do you want me
It's
to...
not common here.
No, because it's on the other fucking side of the world. There are like...
No Jews here.
No, there are, but you don't live in a really big Australian city for Jews. Melbourne, Sydney, we're there. And you're in a big enough city that we're there too. You just may not know it. Oh, what a shot. So, did you see that shot?
I think there's synagogues around. They call this the city of churches, but probably synagogues there.
Zoot, are you seeing this?
Yep. I met a few Scientologists there.
Okay. But are you seeing this performance, Zoot? Do you think it's... Do you think... Zoot, do you think it's possible for you to win?
The Church of Scientology is across the water from the Domino's here.
Tight. What's a lorry? A train?
What?
What's a lorry? Is that a train?
Who said that?
Didn't you say the whatever of Scientology is across the lorry?
It's across the road from Domino's.
Oh. Isn't a lorry in British like a... it's an elevator, right?
I didn't say a lorry.
Okay. I think in British English it is an elevator. Zoot, do you think you can win?
It's currently Easter.
Give me this, Zoot.
Do you have a public holiday for Easter as well?
No.
You don't?
No, the public holidays are
Easter.
because it's always on Sunday. So like people already have it off.
No.
In what year was Easter not on Sunday? I'll wait.
No. In Australia, we have a 4-day public holiday.
So
For
you're
Easter, we do Good Friday and Easter Monday. Good Friday to Easter Monday.
yeah, we don't, at least what you call public holidays generally in the United States are known as bank holidays, and those are New Year's Day, generally Martin Luther King Day, Memorial Day, sometimes President's Day, I should say, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, and then December 25th.
Do you do Christmas a public holiday, but you don't do Easter?
Yeah. Bank holidays, yeah. If you're talking federal holidays, same thing. But,
That makes no sense.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? People already have Sunday. People already have it off. It's already a holiday, or it's already a day off.
Is it Easter celebrated over there?
By Christians, yeah. It's like super big. It's like their biggest, their second biggest holiday.
How many Christians are in America?
Hundreds of millions.
Rabbi, do you know what I want?
What do you want, Zoot?
I want to meet aliens and like see if their religions make more sense than ours.
Okay. Dude, Zoot, how did I miss that shot?
I'd be very shocked if I met a Christian alien that had the same, who told me the exact same stories.
Okay.
What do you think the chances are that there's an alien out there that has the same views as Jewish people or a Christian?
Probably 0%, or like less than 1%.
What are the chances there's an alien out there that's intelligent enough to have their own religion?
With the whole universe, like 99.9%. Oh, does that count as a legal break? Oh no, it didn't. I don't know why it didn't count as a legal break. You're up, Zoot, and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, go. That was amazing. Dude, that's a terrible shot. You have a really hard shot.
Would you get in a spaceship if they look an alien?
Word, dog. Dude, you recognize that when we play trick shot, it's just basically taking blind shots. Like, there's no real. Maybe there's a little art to it. Like when I do that. Come on, baby. I just won. Dog. Best shot. Dog. I'm recording that. Dude, you know sometimes I post these on YouTube. I definitely.
That was the best shot.
Thank you. I definitely post them on Rumble. So your name is all over Rumble.
Trevor,
What up, pimp?
who's the cutest alien?
I mean, I don't know any. Some of them are cute though. I mean, from like, probably like from a species. The ones that I would like the most are called the Nordics. Zoot, this is our last pool game, and then we play Dice Party, and then you do whatever you need to do. Zoot, are you gonna accept my invitation? Because you have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Zoot, hit the ball, dog. Zoot, you gotta hit the ball, man. Nobody wants to play with anybody who takes forever. I'll make that.
I didn't realize it was my shot.
All right. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Make
Ready
this.
for a
Make.
shot of
I'm ready for it, dog.
That was the worst shot ever.
Are you ready for the best shot you've ever seen? Kiss shot. Now this would be the best shot of my life. Oh. You're up, Zoot. Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot, you just won.
Alright, Dice Party. That was just luck. I wasn't even trying to win.
I know. All right, Zoot, you're up. 10, 9, 8, 7. All right, Zoot.
That is not good.
It's fine. I haven't beaten you in so long.
Fuck. That's not good. Fuck off. That is the worst.
Just chance it. Chance it. Or do the 2.
What a fuck. I'm gonna give your playing your. Just got a straight. Rank my gameplay. Are you
kidding me?
Give me this. Give me this. Dog, that's garbage.
Rabbi, if I get brace 6 6s, 5 6s, will you love me?
I love you anyways, dude. 2, 3, 4, 5.
One. 1 or a 6 would be
6.
good.
Give me 6s. Give me 6s. That's really bad.
You're right. And we're going to win. Rabbi,
What's up, baby?
is this the bad bro?
Got 3 of a kind.
Oh, it gets a free of a con on a 5. Rabbi,
What up, big dog?
that was a good play.
I don't think it was, but maybe.
Yes.
F you, dog.
No, the worst part is getting 5 6s though. The 6 is the highest number. It just doesn't do anything. Now, when you get the 6 on the second roll,
Dog, I don't have a good roll here.
that's bad.
Yes,
And you've already
sir.
played the chance.
Yes, sir.
5 times. I have the shit roll here, dude. This is bad.
It's okay. You did what I would have done.
The left side of the board is shit. I don't know why you locked in the ones.
I already played the 3. I didn't realize it.
Six, 6, 6. No one cares about it. Oh, fuck. Rabbi, can I get the bonus?
Give me a
25. Okay.
What are you doing? Oh, you got so fortunate, too. You got so fortunate. I don't even want to hear. This game is rigged.
I'm doing really bad on the left side. Perfect game on the right side. Alright, we gotta get a 3 times on the next roll. Three times on the next roll. Rabbi, this is not good.
Okay, Tim.
Oh, yes.
No way.
I'm mad that wasn't a 5 time.
Give me a 2.
I just fucked up. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Have you watched any of other midgets other podcasts with any other people?
He keeps getting suggested to me.
You watch Chelsea?
Yeah, I think I did. Or watch some.
All of it?
No, not all of it, but some of it, maybe. Something. Oh,
fuck's
dude.
sake.
Get another 5. That'd be big. What are you doing? Devastatingly bad play. You let me back in the game, son. 6s. Give me
You
6s.
need time lapse.
Give me 6s. I got nothing.
Play the 8. Fuck.
You need a straight. No way you
I
get
need a
this.
2.
You need a 2. Let's see it. Show me 2.
Do I play the 4 times or the straight?
You play whatever you want, big dog. Look at this move. No 6s, Zoot. 2 6s, Zoot. Give me a 6. Devastating.
You're in the lead.
No, I'm not.
What do you need to win?
4. 4 straight. Well, just 4 in a row.
I need a 5 and I need 1, 5, or 5 and 6.
You need a
So I need
5.
a 5.
If you get it, this game is rigged.
I need a 5.
I need 4 of the same. 1, 2.
Oh, that,
Oh, wait.
oh, that.
Oh, devastating. It's over, Zoot. Great job.
Did you know that I'm like in the like very high ranking on the Vice Party?
But you said it's like 50-50.
I've got more than 50% win games. I've won 35 games and played 69 games. I'll lose my next game then 50-50, yeah. About 51% on God's body, right?
Baller.
Pepe. You know, I'm technically better than the top person in the world in the party, Vice Party, because I got more win. My win ratio is better.
Okay.
Rabbi,
What's up?
what do you think the best investment is right now?
Crypto.
Harry Potter Obama's on a 10 years, it's $80 million market cap. Sorry, $16 million market cap.
Yeah, that's okay. Everything's down.
Dogecoin is the best investment.
You may be right.
Elon Musk is not liked by many people at the moment.
Okay.
Do you like Elon Musk?
He's kind of creepy in my mind. I make the argument that this is in the spirit of Shabbat. That nothing is being completed, so that's in the spirit of Shabbat. Shabbat is about enjoyment. Put the footnote in parentheses next to the point, not at the bottom, please. Not phone, footnote. Remove the thing about the phone. I never meant to say phone, I meant to say footnote. You have to remove it, but just make it logically coherent. A distinct change in society from analog to digital. And this happened in like 2003, and cite the paper that it happened where there was more digital data in the world than analog, and see if this strengthens the argument at all. Strengthens. Sure as heck got much people.
Listen, Kurt, now I feel like I remember you. You've been on this show before, correct?
I have, yeah, back in December in Cleveland.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in a little Cranford, Ohio now, but I made the way up to Cleveland, and then I showed you guys my ass.
Ah, yes. Yeah, something like that. How did that happen? How did you
Put
show us
the
your ass again?
footnotes
Remind
in
us.
parentheses next to the point,
You know
not
what, this
below.
is all but I know there's years, and you guys are asking me about my tattoos on my legs.
On the, you're talking about on stage?
Yeah.
Right. What were the tattoos? I can't remember.
Oh, shit. I think you commented on my chunky tattoo on my leg, and then
Now it's coming back to me, yes. I never forget a good chunky tattoo. So now you live in Cleveland. You're originally from Akron. Have you done stand-up anywhere other than on Kill Tony before?
Actually, right before the coronavirus went down and bullshit, I found a club like 10 minutes away, and they were to get one, but they told me it had to be PG-13. So I'm like, shit. Okay, I'll make it work. And then they were like, okay, 5 minutes, you have to bring friends. So I did, and it went well. And then they're like, the winners of the semifinals are, and then they called my name. I was like, oh, I didn't know this was a competition.
Wow. Look at that. That's pretty cool. What did you win in the semifinals?
I have no idea. In terms of the finals, I guess.
Oh, that's great. The next event didn't happen because of Corona, obviously.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to happen today, actually. I guess this works out.
Oh, yeah. Destiny. I love that. You are, is that a basement that you're in right now? Under the stairs.
This is my bedroom. I live in a townhouse, but this is the main.
What up, Trey?
Stairs down our garage.
Yeah, good, Rip.
Doug, what's up with you changing your name again?
What'd you say, sorry?
What's up with you changing your name? Okay. Well, I don't know if it's Trey or Trey's Way. Did you realize that Trey's Way sucks because it only results in losing pool?
Yeah, I'm really feeling the moment. So look at the house now. I'm gonna get you.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
You let me know. You let me know when you're ready, okay?
Yeah, sure. A bit late.
Apologies. Are you speaking into a pillow? What did you say?
I've got a cold.
Oh, you got a cold. Okay, so I'll let you get your rest.
Late or okay?
Oh, sounds good. It's your world. We just live in it, baby.
Yeah, it's your world.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, what does he do?
He's a supervisor at the distribution center for a family. 60
Chlorophone?
yeah, for like floral arrangements and fluffy shit.
Chlorophone sounds like a drug that President Trump's been taking.
I've been taking it 3 weeks now. Very good.
What do you do for work? Alexis Chainsaw Massacre.
Well, I wasn't on a Facebook there. And I got laid off right before the coronavirus just because the company was tanking. It's miserable anyway. So now, I'm trying to take this opportunity. You guys just started a blog site for your own economy, and I'm trying to make that happen so I don't have to go back.
Sounds very promising. Sounds like a good start.
By the way, Tony, I'll use this in terms of face tattoos. I think ICP face paint would be the way to go for you.
Oh, okay, yeah, I like that. Maybe that's the move. You drink Fago?
No, I'll just shake it up and explode it out.
Tell us more about what you do for fun.
You know what? One talent I have that I can always do myself. I love to write, I love to cook. I've dressed up as Donkey. Tiger King on communications. Gotta make things interesting.
No. Who would you dress up as?
Donkey. Tiger.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Just dress up like them and walk around the house like Dog Antle? Or dogs in your pussy.
More dogs in my pussy. Yeah. What? You gotta spice things up. There's a routine, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've also played Animal Crossing. Not anything too exciting, honestly. Like being home.
Exciting to me.
Have you ever played Animal Crossing, Dr. Fauci?
You know, I'm so busy. Yeah, I play all the time. I guess.
I actually play Animal Crossing when I watch Mexicans try to cross the border. And I say thank you.
You won't come to my island. I bought a Switch myself. Set up the account. I made it really easy.
It's clear on the cold killing glass in the square location glass and diagram. I learned that many words of French, right?
Not with me.
I love it. Alexis, have you ever been arrested before? You have arrested energies. It seems like you've had some wild nights in your life. Started a cat fight with a little girl not quite in your weight class. Maybe accidentally cracked her head open.
Yes, definitely a house.
She was talking shit. She told me I couldn't get refills. So I made her refills.
Come on, I've never.
I've never. I just. I've had.
Like what? Give us a good example. Tell us about one of your misadventures.
Well, so I have two favorites. And the first one I bought waste.
You got the ferret wasted?
No, I was wasted.
Out of all the things, Tony, that I've heard tonight, I'm not surprised at all this one, Mr. Ferret.
Yeah. That's what it is. That's what I've been picking up on. It's ferret energy.
Can we see one of the ferrets? Is there one around?
Yeah, can you juggle your ferrets for us? Well, Dr. Fauci just called you ferret faucet.
No, they're not around, Sam. Tucked away upstairs. Got a kind of a chaotic house.
Yeah, what else is going on over there?
Do you ever, take your ferret out of the town, like skip work or something? Choose ferret people stay off. Do you do that? I never saw that movie. Very good movie, very good film. Would love to see ferret motion. Big shot.
They probably get out all the time. She just doesn't know it.
Probably, honestly, because they steal shit from me, so I have no idea. I can imagine that they'll break out.
What else is so chaotic about your household? You have two ferrets. What else?
Two very high sick dog. Like, dude, I'm fucking ass eating this place. I'm already ready to get rid of it.
Did they phrase it just like that? Where you dump the sick dog?
Yeah.
In the eyes of the devil.
You ever fucked around with your dogs?
Oh God, that man.
You know what? As much as I love dogs, just
Yeah, that's not what you're into. I know what you're into just by looking at that picture you got over your shoulder of David Lucas in a cowboy hat. I know what's going on right there. Alright, well, Alexis Chainsaw Massacre, it was fun to have you on this show again. Fun stuff, you know. It's hard to judge or talk about anybody's jokes at this time. But, you know, I would just say always try to be as original as you possibly can be. You know, there's something about there's almost no University of Phoenix online joke that I would like. It's almost impossible to write the University of Phoenix online joke that I would like, just because it's so sort of like a punchline that's sort of beaten up. And like almost anything, you know, it's better to fail doing something that's never been talked about than it is to succeed with something that, you know, it's like we have a couple old school comedians at the Comedy Store, for example, like really old school, that have been doing it for 50 years, and they each have the University of Phoenix online jokes. Maybe, I guess, people like me that are around stand-up a lot are sort of like ruined by that, sort of jaded by that. So, you know, but I guess people that don't know a lot about stand-up wouldn't mind it, but, you know, you can get these weird habits out of the way now and keep writing and, you know, always, like I said, just fail original rather than try to get a little base hit.
for sure. Well, I appreciate that, folks.
Awesome. Alexis Chainsaw Massacre, everyone. She's on Instagram and Facebook at Corona Comedy Blog. How fun. Moving it along. Thank you, Alexis. Beautiful northeast of us. Oh, Tony Mitchell. The Wright brothers. Most presidents in the history of the United States of America, the state of Ohio. Ohio voted for you. Fun fact, Ohio has decided every president in the history of presidential elections. Saying so goes Ohio, so goes the presidency of the United States of America. Yeah. Also, astronauts. Like football, the football belt. Many great head coaches. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. Here he is, the king of eyebrows. William Montgomery is joining us, everyone. Brand new eyebrows.
Wow, he did. He painted his eyebrows in. Look at that.
Oh, we're going to talk about that. William, go ahead. Tell us what your thoughts have been this week.
He's like, hey, you sent the wrong link to Amazing Wars News. I'm currently writing a reboot to Murder, She Wrote, starring William Montgomery. It's called Murder, He Wrote. I banged my girlfriend so hard last night I gave her moderate plaque psoriasis. To finish up, it's the 40th anniversary of Dante's Peak. I would like to give a moment of silence for Pierce Brosnan.
Definitely got that moment of silence you wanted.
Still got 20 seconds.
You have anything else? Now's the time. If not, we can just start the interview process.
Let's start it up.
All right. Where'd you get the new eyebrows?
What are you talking about?
Are those Amazon Prime?
Seriously, what are y'all talking about? You mentioned something at the beginning.
Yeah, you didn't have eyebrows the last few months, and now all of a sudden you have very cool.
You're looking very Latino, is what he's trying to say.
Can you zoom in on this a little bit? Can you hold the phone closer to those eyebrows? Closer? Yeah, that looks like a drawing.
Yeah.
There's actually a lot of makeup right below the eyebrows as well. Prosthetics.
No, these are real.
be squinting your face like that.
Seriously, William,
Look at them.
how'd you grow those this week?
It's oh my god, it's such a long cry. A lot of aloe vera.
Like covering up bruises.
So the joke now, yeah, it's aloe vera. They put that on, and they're really coming in good. Do you like them?
Yeah. No, it's great. I like your bandana too. What's going on up there? That's new.
I can't figure out how to do this photo thing.
You're doing a good job. Move the bandana back a little bit. Yeah.
Here we go.
Perfect. Now I can see you. Yeah. This is great.
Is that better?
Yeah.
How are y'all doing?
We're doing good. We're doing great.
This looks like if a leprechaun left your name.
If you look at it right now, you can imagine him with no hair, like head hair or face hair. You can see what he would look like if he was just completely bald and shaved.
Oh yeah.
It's great.
This is him at the end of his Man on the Moon movie.
It looks like Joe Pesci and JFK.
I saw twins this past week. I love it.
I don't really see the Joe Pesci or the JFK so much.
You know, like Joe Pesci has a thing that's on JFK. He's all his hair's all fucked up.
Oh, Joe Pesci in JFK. I thought you said Joe Pesci and JFK.
Simultaneously, I was confused as well.
Like, wow, it definitely doesn't look like either one of those guys. That's interesting.
What?
That kind of sucks, dude.
Shut up. Oh.
At least I got real eyebrows.
Oh my goodness.
So real and yeah. Are you serious? Are you fucking with me right now?
I wonder how long they'll last. Can you rub one for a little bit? We can see how sturdy they are.
Rub it, actually touch it.
Rub it up and down.
Yeah, I'm rubbing it really hard right now.
You're rubbing it side to side. Can you rub?
I can touch it.
No, you're not even touching it. Rub it up and down. Come on.
What's a glue stick on me? I have been watching RuPaul's Drag Race, and I put the glue stick one underneath, and then I painted it on.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bug stuck to one on that one right there.
Yeah, you have some dirt.
My room's pretty dirty right now.
Can we see it? Can you take us in? Show us your room, please. That would actually be super entertaining to get some insight on what your actual life is like. Come on, take us on a little fucking adventure, William. Do something outside of the box. Come on. Don't overthink it. Come on, William. Be fun.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Why? Tell us the honest reason why. Why?
I don't know. It's fine. It's not good. I can't.
You can't go into your own room.
Kiss all over again.
I can't. I'm not in my place.
Yeah, you are. We can tell. This is where you've been all month.
It's not my place.
Take us inside. Just do it. You're overthinking it. I've never seen you this scared to do anything before. No, he is. I'm going to make excuses for him. Go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad idea if we go in right now.
Why is it a bad idea?
Williams,
It's a bad idea.
I think it's a good idea. I want you to do it. Come on. I never asked you for anything. I want to see what your dirty bedroom looks like.
It's not my bedroom, and it's not a dirty one.
Well, what is it?
we find out his
Oh, so you've been lying this whole time. Were those even real eyebrows?
Yeah, these are real. Yeah. What do you mean lying about what?
You said you had a dirty bedroom. You don't even have a bedroom, and it's not dirty.
I do have one, but I'm not in my place right now.
We find out he's been staying in a dark room.
We'll find out he's right outside this building.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Alright, here we go. It appears as though he's going to a different person's house altogether.
hard to say.
Do you live in? Are you in the Michael Myers house?
Is this Jack? Is this the Blair Witch Project? What is this?
You know, I can't figure out how to use your phone, man. How long have you had this? This is hard.
He's literally right back to where he was.
Yeah, that was great stuff, William.
I really feel like I went on a journey with this guy. I feel like I know him now.
William, the president has been taking hydroxychloroquine for the last week and a half. He's also been on chloroform for 3 weeks. Yeah. Azithromycin. Yep. And how about you? What drugs have you been on lately? Anything interesting?
Like chlorophyll, anything like that.
Did you mention President Hydroxycut earlier?
Yep. How about you? What drugs have you been taking?
A lot of amoxicillin.
Oh. Okay.
It's sort of all weird.
Really?
Yep. Man.
Seems like you've been getting that a lot lately.
I have. Yeah, it's getting better. It's amoxicillin helps. It's pain. I'm sorry, I wish I was at my place. I feel like that messes everything up. I feel like this is probably one of my best sets. And then
Do you ever go to your parties anymore, or are you just strictly staying with your girlfriend who doesn't inspire you at all and drags you down?
she's great now. Don't hold on. This is getting really bad. She's really nice. I haven't been to my place in a little while.
Right.
I'll say that.
Have you been getting a lot of work done? Have you been productive, making content or writing or creating?
Going back to work. Totally not going. Back at work. Been creating a bunch of content.
What content?
I play a lot of tic-tac-toe against this computer, and I'm doing jokes some of the time. It's been a really big hit.
Okie dokie. William, I love you. We miss you. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, sounds good.
There goes William Montgomery. William.m.montgomery1 on Instagram. I believe that's also his Gmail password for those of you interested in breaking in on his email. Alright, your next comedian goes by the name of Gabriel O'Byrne. Let's keep rolling straight into Gabriel. Let's see what happens here. Gabriel O'Byrne.
Yes, I have been cooking. And number two, yes, I do enjoy cooking. But it's cooking. Feeling confident, being sure of yourself, present, in the moment, after the party, and having conversations before and after the party, and truly about politics, and putting on the third range of guys. Yes, Steve, I enjoy that very much. And I think food too. Yes, I have some show numbers to take over the show.
Alright, there you go. Gabriel O'Byrne. Heck yeah. Wow, you shaved since your submission.
I just realized that. I completely forgot that I had longer hair and a pretty aggressive looking mustache.
Yes, you did. Yeah. And you're in Colombia now?
No, I'm in Syracuse, New York. I've been living here for a few years now, but I was born and raised in Colombia. Yeah.
Wow, I hate upstate New York. How did you end up in Syracuse, New York?
I'm sorry?
How did you end up there?
I went to college there. I tried to run there for 4 years. I got to San Francisco, but I got offered a job at the university. So I've been here for just over a year now. Anyway.
Oh, okay. That's fun.
Do you have a connection to get cocoa leaves?
No, I wish.
Damn.
I do. I got all the notes.
It's Dr. Anthony Fauci.
That's real.
Do you ever eat at dinosaur barbecue?
Yes.
That's fantastic.
I love that place.
It's very good.
In Carolina, it's the other funny bone. You were here not too long ago, right?
Somebody was there a while ago, yes.
This is the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. The J does not stand for Jeremiah. Alright. So how much cocaine have you done in your life, Gabriel? Living in Colombia? It flows like water. You
Don't forget to think
look like a
about
young dead snorter.
Hebrew and Ashkenazi and Sephardic and Yiddish and English, all the translations and transliterations and stuff in parentheses. And also for stuff like sui generis.
Here in college. And then I was working MGM Fiddle over the summer when I was back in Columbia. And the great and electrics, people are bringing all the lights and stuff. I found out a few weeks into the shoot that not a single one of them does take cocaine. And I got
No, Doug, you're not putting the Hebrew and English and transliterations or whatever it's called. Any word that is not English, in parentheses, put the Hebrew, comma, the Ashkenazi transliteration, comma, the Sephardic transliteration, semicolon, the Yiddish text,
You were self-aware enough to notice that you were losing
the
control.
Yiddish transliteration,
Like that.
semicolon,
Completely oblivious
and
to how
English
disgusting
translation.
and filthy.
You want to do this for everything that is not an English word,
But then again, you live in Syracuse, New
but
York,
don't
so
do it for
you're
anything
bottom all the time.
that is an
Bottom
English
is
word
just
that
touching
a regular
where
English
you're at
speaker
at
would
any given
understand,
moment.
and you don't have to do this
So
for
what do you
people's
do for
names.
fun? Tell us
Thank
more
you.
about your hobbies and stuff, Gabe.
hobbies have kind of slowed down significantly since quarantine, like for everyone, I guess that's been the case. But I was a pretty avid rock climber right before this happened. There's a pretty cool rock climbing gym here in Syracuse that I
Yeah, but that's fine, but you can put Ashkenazi colon, Sephardic colon, and you don't have to shorten it.
I'm surprised they have a rock climbing gym there. Because like I said, in Syracuse, everywhere is rock bottom.
Do you think you'll move out and like go out west eventually, or
Yo, you don't have to shorten Ashkenazi and Sephardic. You can put the whole word. We're not paying for paper here. And you can put Yiddish and you can put English. It's fine.
Were you thinking about heading Buffalo? Upstate New York jokes, people. I don't even know. I think Syracuse is east of Buffalo, right? Yeah, Buffalo's like top left.
Yeah. Syracuse is almost like smack middle of the state.
Sure. You ever make it down to the city?
Yeah. New York City is one of my favorite places.
How often? I always wonder that about people who live in upstate New York. Because I would be taking a trip as often as humanly possible if I lived anywhere.
I unfortunately didn't make it down as much as I
Parentheses. Hebrew text, comma, Ashkenazi transliteration, comma, Sephardic transliteration, semicolon, Yiddish text, comma, Yiddish transliteration, semicolon, English definition, close semicolon. And within each of these, you can write out the whole word Ashkenazi colon. It shouldn't be assumed Pretend that someone who reads this has never read any other languages other than English. You have to put Hebrew colon and then the Hebrew text, or else they won't know what that means.
Okay? We can go no mass, we can roll down our faces or some president. So I like it.
What's your love life like, Gabe? I see you have a couple laptops behind you. I'm guessing a lot of fucking doggy porn going on up there.
A lot of pickup porn. That's my niche. That's my thing.
Pickup porn. What is that? Sex with a pickup truck?
Are you talking about camera porn? Carrot porn? Never mind.
Kettle corn.
Guys, what?
Go ahead.
Sorry, where guys walk around and they literally pick up women to have sex with them, like, within the hour or two. Like a bank kind of thing.
Real life at a bar.
Yeah, that's just usually fake. I wish that pickup porn was real.
It is usually
That's how fuck you get there.
It's always funny to me when you're like, that porn's fake because, like, all of it's, all of it's like semi-produced. There's nobody that's just like, hooking up and filming it and uploading normal sex.
Put the sources next to the point in the body of the paragraph, not at the bottom, please.
He watched the movie Wall-E and he's like, something's fishy about this. I don't think it's real. I'm not sure if these people, these robots are actually.
No way that Star Wars shit happened or else we could have found these other planets. Alright.
To me, guys, it's real to me.
I love it, Gabe. Anything else we should know about you before we move forward?
So when I was preparing for this thing, not necessarily about me, but when I was gearing up for this call, I don't know if you guys have heard of Red Bar and Cigars Club. I don't know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys did to this point tonight, but he did a pretty embarrassing, like, hour and a half review of your quick 30-minute documentary, the Rothschild documentary. I just don't know why it's, I don't know. I thought you guys were not interesting, but he is obsessed with you guys.
Yes, we know. Thank you so much. There you go. Yes, we definitely know that. Thank you, Gabe. Gabe with some breaking news. Gabe O'Byrne, everyone. He's on Instagram at Obey Gabe. There it was.
You only get one shot to love, but you turn to flowers. Every beauty comes once in a lifetime.
Gabe O'Byrne. Alright, we're going to keep it moving along. As always, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, Whitney Lee. Here's Whitney Lee.
I can feel my face when I'm with you.
But I love it. Hey.
I got a lot of skills there. We don't like skills. I like work. I like pickup skills. They all my parents. But I guess get pregnant is one of my skills. Raising kids is not. I got a 9-month-old baby and he sucks. He sucks my kids. He sucks my her. And he just sucks the life right out of me. No, I'm coming to realize having babies is a lot like sushi. Sounds like fun, but I'm fine.
I can't feel my face when I'm with you.
I'm going to start right with President Trump on this. A lot of laughing, Mr. President.
Remove the transliteration and everything from the dates. It just has to say the Hebrew year with Hebrew
There you go.
year colon.
that. How you doing, Whitney?
I'm good.
Oh, okay. We got word, Whitney, that your boyfriend also sent in a minute, and we are going to play that minute right now. Here's the minute from Jesse. Jesse Hedger. Or say backdrop, I believe. Here's a minute from Jesse.
The other day, my neighbor's cat was stuck on the roof. It was storming. The cat was soaked. It took him like 4 hours to get home. That's not bad. It takes me months to get loose.
For any person with a rabbi, put the years approximately that they lived in common era.
Got the big fight because she did the dishes. Half of them. Who does half the dishes? I don't take out half the garbage. Change half a diaper. Maybe it's one thing. I've gotten half a blowjob. The jaw was tired. If I keep writing these jokes, I'm gonna get half my shit. You know, we had a kid recently, and having a kid really changes your life. Like, for example, now it sucks. Shing's her too, but now she's ugly. Thank you.
Absolutely. Surprisingly, these people probably aren't from upstate New York, but they look like people that would live in upstate New York. Where are you at? What? You're also in upstate New York?
No. We're in Colorado.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Awesome. I love that. And is the 9-month-old baby his?
Yes, both bars.
Okay. That's good. That's a good thing. That'd be crazy if you move forward that fast into a serious relationship. It's such a young baby. I love it. So that's cool. You guys obviously knew that each of you submitted tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about this.
I love that. And either of you done actual stand-up comedy before?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been doing it for 6 months. Had a couple clubs here.
Heck yeah. You guys look like you have a Mountain Dew Baja Blast. Hell yeah. Do you hunt, Jesse?
I have a bow.
You have a bow? Yeah, that sounds bad. Oh, you have a bow and arrow. Have you ever hunted anything with your bow and arrow? Oh shit. Well, you have a hog right next to you. You can hunt if. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, Whitney. I hate being mean to people over the internet. The stakes are so low. It's only fun for me in real life. I feel bad over the internet. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. It's totally bad words with me. I know. Sorry, you're beautiful, Whitney. You're beautiful. Hell yeah. How'd you guys
What
meet?
would you do with essay
What trap house bar did you guys
to make it 10 out of 10, but still allow for the use of electronics on Shabbat? I understand that that's not mainstream, but how would you make this essay logically sound? Or is it already a 10 out of 10 under those terms?
How soon after you guys met did you guys get knocked up? You guys definitely have those fucking Maury Povich energies over there. I bet 1, 2, 3 times.
We were together 7 years.
Wow. 7 years. That's very impressive. My goodness. And only one baby, one 9-month-old?
Yeah. And that's it.
Did you know that we could hear the baby on the recording of the submission letters?
Yeah, we heard it. So we just did it.
That sounds too bad. We just gotta keep moving on. I'm sorry, guys. But I love that you submitted your first couple submission in the history of the quarantine episodes of Kill Tony. Adorable stuff. Hopefully we'll see you at Comedy Works in Denver real soon. There they go. Whitney Lee and Jesse Hedrick, everyone. When I'm with you. Yeah. Here he is. Another regular on the show. We gonna wait on that? We're gonna keep moving along. We know this young lady. his Wi-Fi bill. Oh my goodness. That's wild. I mean, David Lucas taking the week off. So we're going to move forward to Erin Lipsky. We've seen her before, and here she is in a minute from Erin Lipsky. Here's Erin Lipsky.
One of the things I think is really important for us to do is focus on social. Line is very important. Like since I'm stuck at home, I got to see my mom, and she's a complete thundercut. I know some of you don't like that word, but I want you to know I do not stand by anything. Another silver lining is since all the alcohol gets delivered to your house, there's less drinking and driving. So let's be real. Some of us will be leaving the bar at 10:30 tonight, drinking and driving. Some of us will hit another bar, leave there at 2:30 a.m., drinking and driving. And some of us will be balling till 7 a.m., drinking and driving until we hit something at the bike bench. And I had a favorite number of pops. What you're thinking? How do I know? I'm not a monster. I popped that bitch in reverse, grabbed my beer, poured a little liquor out for a moment, and she was writing a picture of the sky. You know, the pilot. Oh, sweetie, you should have picked Marshall, the EMT.
I'm not sure I understood any of that. Sky. What are you talking about? Erin, how stoned were you when you wrote whatever the hell that was? Welcome to the show, Erin. What episode were you on? Was that Cleveland or Milwaukee? That's right. Another one of our least favorite places we live. Upstate New York and Milwaukee. Absolutely. And that's where you live, right?
Yeah, I'm in that area there.
Heck yeah. Is that where you were born and raised?
Pretty much, yeah.
Awesome. Do you know the hotel that Tony went off on? Have you ever been there?
Yeah, I have not been there, and I was really surprised that that's where you guys got put up because there are way better places, and whoever managed your site that show for you guys did not take care of you like they should have.
Yeah, there was
something.
Anytime that happens, that means there was something else going on in that city where there's like, if it was Milwaukee, then it was certainly some trash, cheap East Party or something like that. Yes, that's right. The new Kids on the Block performed across the street from us, and everybody's like, "This is the biggest thing that's happened to our city in a long time."
Yeah, it was pouring rain, and there were women my age and older standing out there just poking them out.
Yeah, sold out. New Kids on the Block, still fucking unbelievably famous in Milwaukee and upstate New York. All the albums, really, just New Kids on the Block are still the New Kids on the Block. Like nothing, time stopped there. So Erin, tell us more about you. What do you do for work?
I work at a dye shop, so we make the tools that end up at the other place to make a bunch of stuff. So it's everything from like hard painting catalysts to like transmission gas fillers that go into airplanes and stuff. You just never know how much you have. We're called Alpha Industries.
Yeah. Powerful. What do you do exactly at the dye shop, other than eventually slowly dye?
I do order entry, but since it's been a little slow and hard to tell lately, I get to like work on the website and do all that sort of stuff too.
Yeah. How's the quarantine been treating you? Anything fun going on there? You live by yourself? What's going on?
Yeah. I'm by myself. I have my own place and everything, and I'm really lucky that I still go to work. One of the random weird things that we make is face masks. So we make the dyes to go to companies doing face masks or those plastic shields that you see everywhere. So I'm an essential employee, and I get to keep working, which is awesome. And my other job, I'm just got
pancakes from the hideout. It's a really cool place.
That is so cool. Yeah, definitely shout out the owner is an amazing guy. It's an amazing spot. We do like Tuesdays and Fridays there. Mondays there's a Light It Burn Cafe. Wednesday there is a Light That Runs at the new place that opened called the Laughing Tap. It is a bar that just opened right before the quarantine, run by some of the comics out here in the scene that have been in the scene for the last years and produced things like the Walk Comedy Festival where people like are in the park.
Aaron, do you get hit on by a lot of Aaron, do you get hit on by a lot of black guys there in Milwaukee?
Yes, I literally have been driving in traffic and have had to avoid and run away from people in traffic whenever I
Hey, yo, what up, bitch? Get over here.
They hold up signs and their phones with like messages make me roll down my windows.
They made you signs before? With like with what? Their Venmo on them or something? What do the signs say that they hold up?
Jeremiah -Watkins on